Hello, hello. Hey, cuties. Thank you guys for joining me. If you guys can hear me, please put a 1 in the chat for me. And if you can also hit the like button, that will be great. If you're watching from the bushes, if you can hit the like. Hey, show style and spirit. I am so slow because I am just now realizing that Show's Style and Spirit has her own channel. So if you guys are not subscribed, let me highlight you. Where you go? If you guys are not subscribed to Show's Style and Spirit, make sure to subscribe. And I'm going to go up and say some hellos. Let me get my other device ready. I see a couple of my cutie crew members in the house. Okay, where am I? All right. Okie dokie. I am logged in on my other device. We have 161 people watching. Thank you guys so much for joining me. Please hit the like button for me. And I'm going to start with Veronica. Hello, Veronica. Hey, Deborah Jackson, cutie crew member. Now, Deborah, I don't remember if you were in our members only live Thursday, but for the cutie crew, that is something that we do every week, every Thursday evening. Love, love, love my cutie crew members only lives. Special shout out to Courtney for sharing. It was heartbreaking to me. A story, but she can definitely relate to Mel. So special shout out to Courtney. Also, special shout out to Hannah Grace. Love you, Hannah Grace, if you're listening. Praying for you and your family. Good afternoon, Plum. Good afternoon, Nina. Good afternoon, Nikki. Hey, Elise. Good afternoon. Hey, Pamela. Good afternoon. Get a clue. VV. 25. Hello. Hey, Shaquita. Gail Smith. Black Joy Webb. DC. Mary White is in the house. Hey, Mary. Good evening. Hello, Lisa Girl. Sherry G is representing. If you guys are not following Sherry G, make sure to subscribe. Thank you to all of the content creators in the house. I love Sherry G's channel as well as Show's Style and Spirit. Show, Style, and Spirit, I love your voice. Love it. But thank you guys for joining me. Hey, Elise. Hey, Mia, baby. Denise, Veronica, VG again. Diane Sanders, Gwen Yarbrough, Claudia Beard, hello. Barbara, hello. Red Ann, hey, Red Ann. I got my girl Tawana in the house. Tawana is a cutie crew member as well that joins our members only lives faithfully. And this Thursday, cutie crew, we will have the $25 trivia question. It will be something from this past episode. If you guys did not watch, stay tuned to my page. I am dropping scene by scene recaps this week because it was a lot. But hey, Deborah, hello, I am blessed. Gwen, hello. Regina Ashby in the house. Gail Smith, Jonetta, Wanda. VV, we gonna execute today. We gonna execute an expo in this live tonight. Hello, Raymel. Hey, Miss Mary. Queen's Tea with Gigi. Hello. Hey, Leah's grandma. Thanks for joining me. Hi, Josie, Laverne. We got Cricket, Cutie Crew member. Leah's grandma is also a Cutie Crew member. Tamika Jones, Alice. All right. We got Judy, Sonia, Bernita, Jertina. Hey, Jay Mooten. Mooten. Why did I say it like that? Mooten. Hey, Jay Mooten. Mooten? Hey, Raymel. What's wrong with me tonight? Doreen, hello. Kathleen, hello. Lizzie Wheeler, Cutie Crew member. Thanks for joining me. Monica Taylor. Cinnamon Swirl. Hey, trying to see if I ever saw that name before. Hey, Cinnamon Swirl. You're welcome, Show Style and Spirit. Claudia Beer, Mary Brown, Shauna Wharton, Mia Baby. Thank you, Mia. I appreciate it. That's the only way I know how. Sometimes I'll be like, girl, calm down to myself. Carolyn Cheeks, hello. Miss B. We got Fifi, Tigri, one or the other, I'm sure. Hello. Thanks for joining me. Hey, Classy K. Thank you, Red. And yes, guys, please hit the like button. We got 280 people watching. And we're going to get started in a very short couple seconds. Hey, Angela Jean, Miss Lady. Hey, Miss Lady. Terry T, baby. Hello, Cutie Crew member. Reno, Sunny Sunshine. Victoria, Erica. We got my girl, Rue. Hey, Rue. All right, let me see. Diana. I hope I got that right. Good evening. Hey, Pink Diva. That's my girl, Cutie Crew member. Sexy Mama is AJ. Lori Bell. Somebody's Mama, Cutie Crew member. Mocha Princess. I see a lot of new names. Thank you guys so much for subscribing. I know I'm a little selfish, but I say if they want to go back and forth with me in my chat, I'm going to need them to subscribe. So if you guys are new, thank you so much. I hope you guys are enjoying the content. I appreciate each and every one of you. We are a couple numbers away from 14K. So thank you all. All right, Mocha Princess, Victoria, I'm just saying, Cutie Crew member, Olivia, G-Mom Liz, Fran Grant, Sharonda, you're welcome, Sherry G, Honesty 763, Simply Rashida, hello, always be cute, you know I love that name, hello. You're welcome. Thank you. Hey, Live, Love, Laugh. Shanoa. I love that name. There's my girl, Hannah Grace. Hey, Hannah. You are welcome. And yes, continue prayers to you and your family, Hannah. Patricia T, I'm just saying, Cutie Crew member. Annette, Shaquita. What you laughing at, Shaquita? May, Mo, Queen's Tea with Gigi. Again, I just like saying that with Gigi. Good evening, Sherelle. All right, we getting down to the bottom, guys. Donna Coley, good evening. Sweet Life. I hope I didn't miss anyone. Miss Linda, good evening. Sweet Life. Jean Turner. Got my girl Kimbella in the house. Hey, Kimbella. Cutie Crew member. Paulette Scott, Robbie, Annette, Daphne, thanks for joining me. Ruthie Green, Red and say purr. DJ, good evening. LLM, T Lee. All right, I always run out of my music. Couple more and we are out of here. We're going to start. Soul Star Music Lover, thanks for joining me. Terry Gay, Miss Reese, Bad Apple in the house. Hey, Bad Apple. Shanita, Don Penny, Amber, S. McNeil. Lord, I'm going to get my banner ready way before the panel. Ooh, we hate Anonymous. That's my girl. All right, True Wisdom, R. Web, PDS is in the house. Yes, you are in the building. Mary, Kelly, Stacy, Lady Noel Soul. You know I love saying that name. Hello. All right, and we are down to the bottom. Sharon Scott, Terrell Singer. Hey, Terrell. Sharita and Brenda. Beautiful. Hey, Brenda. And Liddell. Thank you guys so much for joining me. I had to come a little early. I got some sirloin steaks marinating and decided I'm going to go out to dinner. So they're going to have to marinate until tomorrow. So yeah, I came a little early so I can be out of here at least by 7 my time. It's only 4:45. But let's get started, guys. Let me get this music off and ask you guys, what did you think about the episode if you were able to watch? A lot of people were not able to watch. A lot of people, it didn't come on in their area at all. I think it had something to do, I don't think, but they had the episode labeled as season 6, episode 2 on my end. Some people are saying they have it listed as season 4, episode 100. And we do know that it was the 100th episode, but they screwed up somehow. And I'm not sure what they're doing. We had similar experiences last season. One season, they dropped the full episode on YouTube before Saturday even came around. People were able to watch the full episode. And they had episodes last year that was mislabeled. So I'm not sure if that's a production thing. I'm not sure how or who has complete control as far as the scheduling and all of that. Now, I did see a couple comments earlier that said that they feel like this is sabotage. And my question is, who are they trying to sabotage? Now, I don't, and I won't read the comment. I'm not even sure where it was. I think it was on one of my videos. And people think it was sabotage because Mel is telling people to watch. I don't think so. And I definitely don't think that Carlos would sabotage himself. So I believe that this may fall on the network. But anyway, it's terrible. It really is. There's my Courtney. Hey, Courtney. But yeah, guys, what do you think now? If you guys watched my video that I dropped a couple hours ago, as I mentioned at the start of this video, I'm going to be doing my recaps by scenes. Hopefully, I'll have all the scenes up by tomorrow. But it was a lot, and I just didn't want to rush through. Stormy worked my nerve. And I need to know if it was just me. Did anybody feel like she was too turned up? So much so that Mel got up and exited the building. It was a bit much to me. And the way that I feel about that is it's not Stormy's business nor Tiffany's business when it comes to the relationship of Kiki and Letitia. First of all, we are talking about them having a conversation at a Christmas party that was filmed in December of 2020, 2 years ago. So can we get over it? That's my whole thing about it. But yeah, I don't feel like maybe they're just trying to get content for, or you know what I'm saying, or storylines for these episodes. But I feel like, you think so, Esme? I be trying not to say your name, so I'm gonna go back. Okay, you think so, Anonymous? That's what a couple people are saying. I think that Tisha and Kiki already sat down. We saw them at their little boxing, whatever. They sat down, they discussed things. They said they were going to attempt to move on. And I feel like the ladies should allow them to do so. Now, for me, Tiffany wasn't as bad. I do think that, like I said, she needs to chill. She was pregnant at the time. And I think that it hit Tiffany in a way because she does not have family. She does not have cousins, like she said. So I think that she probably wishes she did. And in doing so, she feels like it's petty to go back and forth with family. So I get Tisha. When it comes to Stormy, like I said, team too much. Just too much. All the cussing was too much because there was not one single woman in that room that was talking that way. And if your attitude set up like me, it's like I go to from 0 to 100 really quickly, and something like that would have set me off. And I'm glad it didn't set Kiki off. Thank goodness. Yeah. So I'm glad that Mel left. And like I put in my videos, if you guys didn't watch it, make sure to watch it afterwards. I think that Stormy is going to pop off on Mel. If it's not going to happen during the season, it's going to happen at the reunion. Because I feel like that she feels that she the big man on campus. You know what I mean? And you can't tell her anything. She's an only child, so I can see Stormy always getting her way. And I can see her taking what the fans are doing personal and taking that out on Mel. So we'll have to wait and see. Anybody want to put a wager? We can wager and wait $5 and see who win. I think she's gonna pop off. Let's see here. Red Ann, you say you didn't see it, but the commentary and what I saw was horrible. I wasn't able to watch, but I can just about tell you what happened just by who was in the scene. Yep. A replay gang. Hey, Ebony. Show style and spirit. You put, I thought the most interesting scene was when Tisha and Marceau presented the expo to the core six. Mel schooled them. Absolutely. And we can definitely discuss tonight, even though I haven't released my video, but I do have every scene that we can discuss. Martell with the guys, I wanted to discuss that. Marceau with his business partner, definitely want to discuss that. And the ESPO, if you're going to pronounce it like Tisha, and the way she executed the business meeting. So we'll definitely get into that, guys. I'm going to read some more comments on Stormy. I think it was to keep the ratings down. You think so, Mary? Why would he want to keep the ratings down? That is self-sabotage. And crazy, if you ask me. I wouldn't think that a producer of the show, creator, as he liked to say, of his number one show, would want to have the ratings drop. They are messing up the ratings, and that's what I put in my video. Not only that, it's good if you're trending. Now, I was just peeping in on Twitter because I was out, so I didn't tweet anything myself. But normally they're trending during the episodes, and I don't think that happened yesterday. And I feel like the reason why is because of this big screw up. So yeah, it was crazy. But to the 517 watching, thank you guys so much. Please make sure to hit the like button for me. Hey, Michelle. Hello, hello. All right. Anybody else concerning? Well, what did the scene really have to do with hotel? You know, again, I just don't get the logic in that. Carlos would want to self sabotage his show so the ratings can be low for a cast member that's on his show, Martell? Or do you guys think that I'll let you guys tell me that. I'm gonna drop this link real early before we move on because I want to see where you guys are coming from. Let me get this link together. Okay. Yes, anonymous. Please come up and tell me. Anybody else want to hit the link? Please do so. I'm going to pin the link from my other device. Okay, so the link is pinned. For anyone else that joined me later after I said my hellos, welcome, welcome, welcome. Gwen, you are watching it now, okay? Carlos isn't producing some of the shows this season, so maybe it's Get Back. What? Where? You guys know I'd be stunned. I'd be like, where you guys get this stuff from? I'm going to put this up for Anonymous. Anonymous.
Damn.
Hey, Anonymous.
How are you, darling?
I'm good. Thanks for joining me. Let me add a couple more people up real quickly. LaDawn.
Hey, guys. Hi, Anonymous.
Hey, LaDawn. Thank you for joining me. And then we have Melanated Energy.
Hey, Chit Chat. How you doing? Hi, panel. Hi, everybody in the
chat. Now, Melanated, have you ever hit the link before?
No, I have, but I've always dropped down because it was like too much going on and everybody was making my points before I got to make mine. But I'm here on stage first time.
Oh, hey. Well, thank you for joining me. And Red Ann, thank you for joining me.
Absolutely. And we would still want to hear what you got to say.
Oh, we're going to continue to talk.
No, I'm talking about the young lady that says she always drops down. Yes. We still want to hear your point of view.
Exactly. Let me get Pink Diva. Pink Diva.
Hey.
Hello, Pink Diva. How are you?
I'm well. How are you? Hey, everybody.
Hey.
Hello.
Hey, Pink Diva.
All right. So we got a semi-full panel. Thank you guys so much for joining me. We are going to start with Anonymous because I'm curious as to the logic of Carlos sabotaging his own show. What's your thoughts, Anonymous?
Well, I will say this. It's similar to Hotel sabotaging his whole family. Mm-hmm. If they don't get what they want or their way, and it's not logical, so that's why I don't think you can think of it that way.
Yes,
these type of minds who are like narcissists, malignant narcissists, or narcissistic sociopaths, in my opinion, allegedly, will do like a scorch earth approach. If they're not able to do what they want, then they'll destroy everything. And it's not something that a rational person will do, but a person who I believe exhibits mental illness or mental disorders will do because they have a God complex. They think they created the world or their kingdom, and if everything's not going the way they'll plan, they'll destroy it.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I don't know if I've told this on other content creators panels. I think there's a turf war going on regarding the direction of Love and Marriage Huntsville. And I think
earlier. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think Melody and the original concept, what Vanessa would like, and people who are kind of loyal to her wanted the direction to be what the original premise was. You had couples, families, people with business, but you have a little shade, but it's not toxic. But I think with Carlos and the people, Hotel, the Snots, and the others, they want drama, or they wanted to take over the show. And they're mad that, at least I heard from some reports, that they're not going to get their spinoff. So what usually happens if you don't get your way, you'll be like a child and you'll throw a temper tantrum. And you'll do things. I've seen people do things to self-sabotage, literally, and it's sad. But I think it's because of that mental health or mental illness or mental disorder, because in their world, they have to have everything go their way. It's like they have to, like people, they think squares have to fit circles. And if it doesn't, I'm going to destroy it. It's weird. It's a weird thing.
It's very weird, but here's my question. When it comes to Carlos bragged and was elated, if you ask me, about the direction of this current season. So we know that.
Well, at the beginning, but I think what's probably hurt him.
1 second, Anonymous.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
No problem. So we know before this season even started, he was going around and giving interviews and all of that. And he himself said that it was much lighter. So my question to you is, with him being the executive producer who's able to see the season in its entirety before they even release episode 1, if he was not pleased with what was, recorded, why would he release it if he's trying to sabotage his own show?
Well, the question is he going to continue or is he being removed?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't heard anything officially about him being
I just think I'll just say this. I think it's very odd that a person who's supposedly on one of your top rated shows is in the YouTube streets doing interviews, but I don't see him, like the Bell Collective just came out. I don't see him advertising that. I don't see, when Love and Marriage DC was happening, I really didn't see him advertise for that. I see him helping to rescue with a Brokeback Mountain remake of Hotel after it was allegedly revealed some of the things that were happening in the court case. But this seems to be, you're concerned about what's going to happen with Real Housewives of Atlanta, in my opinion, allegedly. So I just think there might be things going on that we don't know, where because of what had happened, there's some discipline happening. And I just think when people know they're about to go, sometimes they don't do what's in the best interest of the show just to continue. You know what I mean? I just think that's where the self-sabotage comes in.
Can I just say one thing on that question?
Go ahead, LaDon. You're up next. After LaDon, we're going to have, what order? I think it was melanated. Yeah. After LaDon, we'll have melanated. Go ahead, LaDon.
Okay. Well, I don't really think that Carlos is sabotaging, but I think he can't catch it. I think last season and what plays out on YouTube, okay, you can tell us that the viewers that this season is going to be lighter and different than last season, but if the cast's behavior reflects the same on YouTube, and then we watch the show, it looks fake. I think they lost viewers when we were blacking out, and they cannot draw them back in because of the behavior that the individual cast show on YouTube. They're still showing negative behavior, bully behavior. So I did black out last season, but because Mel asked us to watch, I have been watching as much as I can. On Tisha and them's part, I might like do some other stuff, but I am watching. But because I know there's not too much of a change on how people feel inside, it just seems fake to me. And I don't want to go too far yet because I know you're going scene by scene, but as far as him sabotaging, I think they just lost it and they just can't grasp it back. As for Mel, I think she got her 100th episode. That means syndicated now, right? After the 100th episode.
Mm-hmm.
So that means she's paid no matter what, right?
They all are. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I think she at least made it to that plateau. So she can at least have that under her belt, even if she decides to walk away next season.
Yeah. Great point. Melanated, before you start, let me add up the Love and Marriage Huntsville historian herself. Simply beautiful.
Hi, Chit Chat. Hi,
Hey,
panel.
beautiful.
Hi.
How are
Hi,
Hey.
Simply.
Hey, Anonymous, my girl.
Oh, y'all liked how I saved the day on some panels. Oh, jeez.
Oh, look
Yes,
at
yes,
Anonymous tooting
I
that
heard.
horn. Go
I
ahead.
had
All
to
right
come in.
now.
Everybody was looking to be like ratchet wolves attacking everybody. I said, everybody calm down. Just calm down.
Where was y'all at where everybody was letting loose?
Sherelle's World.
Mm.
Was it from today?
Yeah, today. If you go
Okay.
hear it. I had to get everybody to calm down.
Oh, I
Ooh.
missed
Before
that.
everybody
I gotta
goes,
go watch that.
I was concerned because I am an officer of the court
Mm-hmm.
that we were trying to attack people and say everything, um, that everybody knew everything because a specific document was leaked.
Yeah. Yeah.
And during the thing at the end, they said, "Oh, she's anonymous was right. Everything isn't complete." Yeah.
Yeah.
I
So
heard.
It's a lot going on, and we're gonna get to melanated energy. It's a lot going on when it comes to all of this information that's been going around. And I get it. We have our faves on the show, but I tell you guys, as far as me, myself, and I'm not going to anybody's website looking up anything. That's just it. That's period. If
But
it's slaughter going on in the streets, then I may discuss it like I did when I saw Mims's video. But I think
mm-hmm.
people better be careful because
You
first
want
of
to
all,
know?
I would think real quick, simply beautiful. I
Mhm.
would think that people would try to keep it as cute as possible because that court case is still going on, and we don't want this judge to get so involved where you know what I'm saying it could be a detriment to Mel. Just real quickly, I don't want to stay on that. Simply beautiful. Give me 1 second. We are going in order. Unless you want to say something about Sherelle's world, and then we're
Yeah,
going
I
down.
did. I did. I
Okay.
wanted to say because I actually had to listen to part of the replay, and a lot of them on there are not really formal. So if any chance they get to put her down, they are going to put her down. But it was one of the people that was up there who kept saying that people are too invested, they're too involved, but she's the main one going around to different content creators trying to send them the documents.
Mm-mm.
She like
that part simply, I noticed it.
like to
Mm-mm.
me it was like
Oh
you're
no.
Turn up your volume. You're a little low.
hold on.
Simply.
You hear me?
That's a little better. Yeah.
Okay,
Go ahead.
I'm gonna switch to my phone. It was just charging. But I was completely confused by her because she was like, people are too invested. But when the whole situation with Martell possibly being in jail, she was one of the main people calling Madison County Jail.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, she's the one that called up a friend who this is how we found out that he was in
Mm-hmm.
the cool off period. So when
Mm.
you're sitting on these live panels trying to basically come down on other people, come down, group yourself into that equation because if they're overly involved, you're overly involved.
Great point. And you know what? I think that, all of us, and myself included, I'm not going to say overly involved, but we must admit that this
Yeah.
is a reality show. And
Yes.
it's a reality show for us that does not stop. So even when the season stopped filming, we keep talking. That's content creators, that's people that join the panel, that's people that comment, and all of that. I'm not going to say it's overly involved, but
Yeah.
they have a heavy following.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we'll definitely swing back around to that. Let me get to Melanated because Melanated said that sometimes she get on the panel and she can't speak. So Melanated, go ahead and give me your thoughts.
So I do believe that Carlos is sabotaging the show. I believe he's sabotaging the show because of what happened with Miss Van. I believe that because what happened with Miss Van, they brought him into like the uppers. The uppers, probably gave him like a warning, and he had to probably allow Melody to do more producing of the show, or probably like had to include her ideas more as far as the direction of the show. And because of that, he's probably upset. And I heard that at the same time, he had did a pilot with the Snots, and the Snots pilot was like, they couldn't get their own show. So
Alleged,
that also probably put, like, huh?
make sure to say allegedly.
Allegedly, did a pilot with the Snots. And I think that also, like, grinds his gears as well, where everything was probably like not going in his direction, in his favor. So, just to show that her ideas don't work, he's probably taken what happened last season and, wanted it to happen this season to show that her ideas are not good and the ratings are low, and use the millimeters tactics against her to, like, ice her out, and put himself either back in the driver's seat, or put him back where he wants to be. So
Uh,
he's manipulating everything. I really do believe that he's sabotaging it through manipulation.
okay. Now that's a good point. I respect everyone's opinions. To me, it's not only sabotaging this show, it's sabotaging his future as a producer. So Carlos does have a history. He was on, Bravo and all of that as a producer. And it just don't make sense to me. But I get it. I'm listening. I'm listening. Red Ann, what are your thoughts on either the scene or this sabotaging that folks feel like is going on? And hey, Marita, go ahead.
Um, well, I didn't get to see it because you would think, I guess, me personally, I'm trying to look at my bottom line as far as cost wise and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
So I do a lot of streaming. So I wasn't able to see it here in Huntsville, which is,
Okay.
yeah, I wasn't able to see it here in Huntsville, but I did watch your commentary. And what I learned from your commentary, yeah, I wasn't. I'm glad I didn't watch it. I didn't miss anything.
Well, I only gave a scene recap thus far. For me, it was a pretty good episode, especially, and we'll get into a little more in this live, because I'm not buying what Marceau is selling. So we'll get into that. Now, when you stream Red Ann, who do you normally stream through?
I have a app called Philo.
Okay, I saw
I
that.
have AT&T, but then I stream through Philo,
Uh
Sling
huh.
TV. I really don't, when I was kind of trying to find some streaming channels. It was really all about trying to find a streaming app that actually carried Love and Marriage Huntsville, because a couple of my girlfriends and I, we were trying to look for something like that, and I found Philo. So
Yeah.
that's a good one. But when I went to go check, and that's how I've actually went back and looked at all the old seasons and things like that. So I couldn't see it on there. I was
Yeah,
like,
you're not
okay.
the only one with Philo, because there was a lot of people on
Yeah,
Twitter as well as Instagram that stated that they streamed through Philo and could not watch.
it wasn't. The episode was not on Philo at all.
Yeah,
Mm-mm.
yeah, yeah.
And
Wow.
yeah, and then I just got a little bit of tea dropped in my lap, and I'll talk to you all about that a little bit later. And
Go
I'll
ahead
make
and
sure
drop
that
it
I say
down.
heavily, I'll say
Drop it
heavily
down.
alleged.
Drop it down, Red.
Hold on, let me get Bad Apple up here and Red, and you go ahead and drop that tease knee. Bad Apple, is this you?
Yes, yes.
Hey, hey,
Hey,
Bad
Chit
Apple.
Chat. Hey,
Hello,
panel. How y'all doing?
hello, hello.
Hi.
For joining us real quickly before Red Ann gets busy. 714 people watching. Thank you guys so much. As far as the likes, let me double check real quickly. Uh, 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 uh. And we have 405 likes. So if you guys could like the video, even if you're watching from the bushes, that will be great. If you are in the chat, please make sure you have liked the video. And Red Ann, what's this, sis?
Okay, see, now I'm from Huntsville. I just mind my own business.
Chat.
And what I will say is, and this is, This didn't just happen recently, but I'm gonna say alleged
Alleged.
because it was given to me.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Martell doesn't know and doesn't realize who actually watches this show. So the drama that he's bringing to Melody about 20 babysitters and all this good stuff, maybe someone needs to tell him that they know that he left the children in the restaurant with however many people was in the restaurant as babysitters to leave the restaurant and go and have an argument outside of this particular restaurant in Bridge Street with coleslaw, allegedly.
Oh, dear.
Love
Where is my
you,
teeth
Red
right?
and
Yeah, this is
Allegedly.
all alleged.
Allegedly.
All alleged. This is all.
That's what I said,
Are
allegedly.
you kidding me?
I
No,
believe it. I
yes,
believe it.
allegedly. So
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. So you need to be very mindful of the mess that you try to bring to Melody. And I mean, and people are seeing, and when I tell you, people are talking about it. People are talking about it.
Did
So
anybody snap
yeah,
a picture?
no.
My goodness.
But I will make sure that I ask the people to do that moving forward.
Next time, yes.
Yes.
I wouldn't be
Wait, what's
shocked. I
can I
would.
ask a question?
1 second, Simply Beautiful. Let me respond to it real quickly. I would not be shocked at that, Red Ann, because naturally I'm not from Huntsville, but I do know that Bridge. What is it? Bridge Street.
Bridge
Bridge
Street.
Street.
Right, is a popular area that a lot of people go. Coleslaw has been posted up there several times. And if you ask me, she made no, just my personal opinion. Naturally, I don't know anything about this. But if she happened to see him driving or, going into this restaurant or whatever, I can see her starting some.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And
Yeah,
that in the restaurant that I think Melody them had talked about it once before.
Connors.
Called no, it's called I can't think of the name of it. It's right outside of Bridge Street. It's something Grill. West End Grill. And
um,
that's where, she said that the kids saw him, coleslaw, and I guess the baby. And, you know, Boss Baby was saying, leave my dad alone or get away from my dad or whatever. But yeah, that's
wait,
a big
wait a minute,
area.
wait. So you're not talking about from before? Is
No,
that okay? Oh,
no.
you're talking about it was that same restaurant
It's
where
the
Mel
same
had been.
area. Well, it's the same area.
Okay, in the same
It's the
area.
same area.
Gotcha.
But and that's also, I mean, I think that's, Bridge Street has several, different restaurants and things like that. And I think that's where Martell tried to roll up on Melody there.
Hmm.
Yeah. So
Okay, so the tea is that
mhm.
Martell, he was already at dinner with other people, including the children,
No, just him and the kids.
or it was just him and the
Just
kids.
him and the kids. But
Oh,
then you're going to, ask your waiter, who is an absolute stranger, stranger danger.
not the
You're
waiting child.
and to leave the restaurant to go and have an argument, allegedly. So you want to talk about 20 people over here, but you leave these kids allegedly with an absolute stranger in a crowded restaurant.
Unbelievable. Simply Beautiful. I'm coming to you next. But real quick, Red Ann, we saw him on live when he let Mariah go into the grocery store and shop by
Yes.
herself. She wasn't even, I think she was still 10. And I just felt like
Mm-mm-mm.
that was so unsafe, in my
Right.
opinion.
Right.
I get that he wants his kids to be independent and all of that. But, the times that
Right.
we're living in today, anything can happen in a matter of seconds.
Seconds.
But
Mm-hmm.
we're gonna
Seconds.
swing back around to that real quickly. Simply Beautiful. Before you, I do have Pink Diva. Simply Beautiful, you are up next. Pink Diva. Hey,
Hi.
hey, sis, what's going on?
Listen, I in regards to the scene from last night, there's a lot going on. But in
Yeah,
regards to the scene last night, I'm glad that Mel exited the room.
me
I'm
too.
glad that she didn't engage in their mess. And Stormy needs to go.
Mm,
I don't like Stormy. I don't like what she brings to the show.
me
She
either.
just does not have it for me. She's not, and nothing against her personally, but she's just not made for TV to me. She is just like everybody else says. She's ghetto. She's vulgar.
She
She
is.
is unladylike. I mean, she does not know how to read a room. If nobody else in the room is cursing and being all vulgar like that, like she just don't know how to be a lady to me. So she's a huge turnoff. So and again, she and Kiki at this point can go. Maybe Kiki will bring something different a little later down the line, but right now I'm just not liking what I'm seeing.
Yeah, I agree. And I'm not sure if you didn't see my video. Everything you just said, I said in there. She definitely did not read the room. She was the only one clowning like that. And my thing is, if Tisha kept saying, I don't want to talk about this, we're not talking about that, why would
Hmm.
you continue? So Tisha needs to keep her out on on Stormy, because I don't like people that don't respect my wishes. And if you know how much pain this has caused me all of these years, let it go if I ask you to let it go.
I
So
agree. And another thing that I didn't like either is they somehow just ran straight over the part where Kiki was saying that Stormy mentioned it to her first, that Stormy brought it up. Nobody wanted to talk about that because all season they were so hell bent on Mel said, Mel did this. Mel was not the one who even initiated the conversation. And for whatever reason, they omitted that portion
yeah,
all last season. And then when it was brought up, since they wanted to clear the air, nobody had words for Stormy. And
yeah,
I didn't like that.
me either. And it seems like, there may be some fear going on, and I don't know why. I think the other ladies know that basically Stormy is a loose cannon, in my opinion. And I think that they don't want to shake the table, but I'm sorry. Somebody needs to check her. You can calm down. This is not that.
Honey, that table would have been shook.
Yeah, it would have been
Mm-hmm.
immediately. Yeah, but I agree with that. It's like they edited out some of the conversation, even from when they were at the spa, because Stormy even told Kiki, "Well, you should have told me to shut the f up. If you felt like I shouldn't have mentioned it." And let's focus on that then. Everybody tried to blame Mel. Everybody tried to blame Kiki, and Stormy is the one that brought it up at this Christmas party. You know?
And they should just be done with it at this point. Why are they even still talking about this freaking Christmas party?
Yeah,
Let Tisha and Kiki work out their kinks
right.
amongst each other and stop bringing it up as
Mhm.
a group. Just let them do what they do.
I totally agree. I totally agree, Pink Diva. Now somebody did say, I want to read this. Cynthia, I agree. Cynthia put, in my opinion, I think it's Tiff's job to shake things up. She thinks it's really funny. Just wait, she's going to get real good. I think so as well. I've said that before, just based off of what Dustin Ross said, as far as giving Carlos a suggestion on how he felt like Tiffany's role should be. So we'll wait and see. We're gonna swing back, Pink Diva. Go ahead, Simply Beautiful.
Um, that whole scene was a mess. Starting with Tiffany. Um, she has a lot of smoke for Kiki about, family first, friendships come and go. But if you're gonna hold Kiki's feet to the fire in regards to what she did to her family, then why are you and Louis so chummy with Martell after what he did to his family?
Hmm.
If we're gonna be honest here, I mean, what he did is 10 times worse than what Kiki did to Tisha. I'm sorry. So if you're gonna
Mm-hmm.
hold one person's feet to the fire for what they said about their cousin, which I don't think was that bad, then what are you gonna hold the other person accountable for blowing up his family, dragging his wife to court for full custody of their children?
Yeah.
Um,
Mm.
I felt like Stormy was doing too much. She was looking for a moment, which Mel did not give it to her. And when she
Mm-hmm.
tried to get smart, well, you have a good night. Mel said, "Oh, don't worry, I absolutely will." Like
Mm-hmm.
you looking for a moment. You're not getting no moment over here. Just like she told Destiny, ain't nobody got time for moments.
Yep.
I'm leaving.
Oh,
If
Mel,
Mel was me in that entire scene, that would have been me. Like,
yes,
girl, I
ma'am.
gotta go. I'm out of here.
Mel peeped the game, okay? And
Mm-hmm.
that's why I had to do a quick little story on my Instagram page when she said, "No, sir, no time, no, ma'am,
Yep.
not today, not tomorrow, or next week." I loved that. Loved it. I
I
told her we need to put that on a t-shirt.
Yes, I saw that on your Insta because I actually liked your post.
Oh, did you?
Um, but I was like, this is a mess. You can tell they edited a lot of stuff out of it
Yes.
because it just seemed like once Mel left, it was like they were watching her, like, what are we supposed to do now? Because
Mhm.
you're leaving. And I'm with everybody else. Why are they still talking about a Christmas party from 2021? I really, it
Yes.
doesn't make any sense. And I'm with Mel. Maybe I should throw a Christmas party every year if you're going to keep talking about it.
Mm. Yeah, I agree. Enough is enough. A lot of people in the chat are saying that they feel like it's fake as far as everybody. And you know what? I have to lean towards that way. I get it that they all want to remain on this show. I get it that Carlos flew in and had this talk. But I do know that there was a lot of people on social media saying, now, wait a minute. It was just 3, 4 months ago when the reunion was filmed and we were talking about evil souls and what did she say? Devil and
The
sheep
devil in
clothing
sheep's
and all
clothing.
that mess. And now people are chummy chummy. For me, like Mel, I do like the lighter vibe just compared to what it's been. But yes, it's still reading phony for everybody. It's still let's come together and try to keep this show as being a success.
I think it,
Mm-hmm.
it would come across less phony is if in the first episode you actually had a sit down between Mel and Tisha where an apology was made.
Oh, yes,
That
yes,
would have made it come across a bit more
Right.
real if there was an apology. Because when you look at like the last scene, it's like, wait a minute. You
yeah,
went from saying this woman has a dark soul to she's the devil in sheep's clothing, but now you want her to do you a favor and work for free?
yeah.
In what world?
That wasn't happening, baby. Mel was like, excuse me, yesterday's price is not today's price.
And people got mad that Mel said that. People
Oh,
are mad.
oh well, Mel is a businesswoman first and foremost, and yeah, you're not about to use me. Now we trying to come together and do this little show, but as far as all the extra, no. So yeah,
And
I respected Mel, and we'll get to that scene real quick, guys. Let me get to two other people, then we're
I
gonna
just want to
scroll
say one more thing, Chit Chat.
back.
I don't think they should have revealed that Carlos came down to Huntsville. I
Uh,
feel like that is something that should have never been put out there
mm,
because that also makes it look fake.
yeah, that's true. Yeah, it looks like and it feels like everybody doing exactly what they agreed to do,
Yep.
and try to put everything. Because just to show you guys how phony it was, they showed a clip from the upcoming episode from this Saturday, and it was Marceau, Maurice, Tisha, and Kimmy, and they said something about the price, and Marceau was the real Marceau then. Well, we're not paying nobody. That's what it is. But that's what you should have said when you all was sitting down in front of everybody. So you know what I mean? It's like they
Yep.
skirting on acting and skirting on their real feelings, and we can see straight through it. So yeah, great points. I do think that they should have had a sit down, maybe with everybody. Like a come
Hmm.
together. Let's talk about why you feel this way about me, why I feel that way about you. Then, like you said, simply beautiful. It would read as more authentic. So great point. Next up, we have Bad Apple.
Hey,
Hey.
um, you know what? I don't think we are watching sabotage. I think we are watching incompetence. That's it.
Hmm.
Like, I don't think anybody is trying to sabotage the show. I think they just don't know what they're doing. They're overestimating some of the cast and underestimating the audience.
Hmm.
And I just think that Carlos's ego is what is really ruining the show. I don't think he's
Mhm.
purposely trying to sabotage the show, but I think his ego is poisonous. I
Mhm.
really feel like he should just go ahead and join the cast. I've said this. I mean,
Yeah.
he is so involved in the storyline and so personally attached to this cast, and he's so this media tour is just evidence to me of how he wants personal attention. He wants to be in the spotlight. He might as well just get on camera. Join the cast. You're
Yeah.
already part of the storylines anyway. Go ahead and get on the show.
Yeah.
Because to me,
Great.
that's what it boils down to.
Yeah. Uh, I don't think it's sabotage either. And great points, Bad Apple. I do agree that his ego is definitely over inflated, if you ask me. Um, yeah. When Carlos cried at that reunion, that let me know he was too close to the situation. You know what
Mm.
I mean? Because you should not be able to, not be able to. You shouldn't be that emotional with your cast. This is your
Right.
cast, so that shows that he's straddling the fence of friends, and you know what I mean. It's weird. It's weird to me.
It is very weird. And it's like he's already in the show. He's already in the storylines. You might as well jump in there.
Yeah,
And Stormy, she, you know what? She is TV material, but not for this show.
not for
Love
this.
and hip hop.
Yeah,
Love and Hip Hop or Bad Girls
bad girls.
Club
Mm-hmm.
or something like that, where she can go on TV and act a damn fool or whatever.
Mhm.
But she is not fit for Love and Marriage Huntsville.
I
She's just
agree,
not. I'm
and it's
so
a
glad
shame.
that Mel would not give her the moment that she was seeking.
Yeah. And it's a shame, because she does have a business, and I'm not going to go into everything else that people are talking about. I'm going to give her credit as far as building that brand and getting
Mhm.
to where she is or was or whatever the case may be. And that's what's so sad about it. It's like I think if anybody is self sabotaging, it's Stormy. It's
Mhm.
Stormy and it's Stormy's mama. Because I do think that the original premise of the show, they definitely fit Stormy and her husband. But that attitude, that ratchetness, that ghetto ness is a tad bit too much. And it's definitely not a fit for this show because we didn't even see Destiny get to the point that she did at Galentine's Day before. That was in response to Stormy. You know what I mean? And they were about to fight. Somebody picked up a chair, if I'm not
Mhm. Mhm.
Yeah.
yeah, it was a bit much. Let me add Maritha up real quick and then we're gonna go right back into the conversation. Hey Maritha.
Hey, cutie. Hi, everybody.
Hey
Hey,
Maritha.
Hey, Marita.
Marita.
How
Thanks for
y'all doing?
We love you.
Love
thanks for
you more.
Now let me read D's comment, and then we're gonna jump right back in. D put, and D, I agree with you. Uh, but Mel is a producer of the show. Just that part I'm questioning. But anyway, she put all of this. Carlos is sabotaging the show. Is stupid. Stupid is not my word, but I don't think he's sabotaging it. Why would he hurt himself and his relationship with Own like that? Mel is not producing the show. Now, Mel is an executive producer of the show. I don't think she's producing scenes, if that's what you mean.
Right.
But I do think that it would be crazy of him to, because you're ruining your future. I don't see it that deep. I don't see that he has a. Do I think that he feels some type of way, probably with Mel's success from this show and her support? Absolutely. But I don't see him trying to harm himself for the dislike that he may have for Mel. So great point. We're gonna move over to Pretty Brown Eyes. Hey,
Hey,
PBE.
okay, I'm the original PBE. I know it's an imposter out there with my
Is it
same
another
name now.
PBE out here?
Hello.
I'm giving y'all too much, but yeah, it's somebody with my
Now,
same
wait a
name.
minute. Are they under Pretty Brown Eyes?
They're pretty brown eyes, and then they have a number behind it.
Okay, so I have to watch
So
out so I won't just click them up on my panel.
well, you can click them up, but make them talk. You know, I have a very distinctive voice.
Oh, you know, I know that. Yeah.
Well, hey everybody, how y'all doing?
Hi.
Hi.
Good. How are
Just
you?
to,
Hello.
just to piggyback off of what all of y'all have said, I've been listening in the chat and everything because I'm in here painting, so I couldn't really be typing in the chat. I just wanted to jump up and say, y'all pretty much touched on it all. I think what a lot of us miss is that Tisha wasn't necessarily mad about what Kiki said. Tisha and Destiny were mad because they but wasn't invited. They weren't invited to the party, and if y'all remember back, every time they bring that party up,
Mm-hmm.
how you gonna invite her, but not her cousin? I think
Mm-hmm.
that's what they kept saying. So I think it just goes with the long lines of them being rejected, as younger or probably not felt good enough, and then Mel was a mean girl, and she had a right not to invite them. But I think that's what they were more mad of. Yes, Stormy was looking for a moment.
Yes,
She didn't
ma'am.
get it. She kept
Yeah.
trying. That's why she wouldn't shut up when Tisha told her to hush. But
Hmm.
to me, Tisha was very convenient telling her to hush when she was talking about the infidelity, but she didn't tell them to hush when they was getting on Kiki for talking about Tisha. She didn't tell them to hush. She let them talk, and she was sitting there looking at. Watch that scene over. She's sitting there looking,
Lurking.
shaking her head in agreement with when
Hmm.
Tiffany was talking about it. So she
Yeah.
only wanted them to be quiet because they was bringing up what Marceau was doing.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, that whole scene, I like how you did the recap of the scene. I just got not too long finished watching that.
Thank you.
That was very good. I'm glad you were able to really break it down in depth because it's just like, yeah, it is reading very fake. Everybody's being fake, and it's like, okay, what are y'all gonna talk about? Y'all can't talk about Mel. Y'all keep trying to enter into a fight so that y'all can have a and Erica to argue with her.
Mm-hmm.
But okay, she's not taking the bait. Now y'all come with something else. Come
Yeah.
with your business. Come with something because you got this little air bubble of a moment that you're going to be able to show us what you got. And
Right.
and now all y'all are doing is really proving all the millimeters and everybody else right that y'all don't have a storyline unless y'all mentioning or arguing with me.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of how I felt
Totally,
about it.
You
totally,
know, I
totally agree.
you know I see it the same way you see it because I watched that last night. No, I didn't watch it last night. I watched some of it, but I watched it all today. And when what I wa what I came to the conclusion of, Tisha has a lot of book sense. Tisha ain't got no common sense.
Mm.
In
That's
that meeting, in that whatever that was that she was having combat group or whatever, she was
The
having the expo, whatever it was,
Mm-hmm.
the questions that Mel was asking her was questions that anybody else would have and should have answered, asked.
Absolutely.
And then I didn't so much watch Mel, I was watching Kimmy. And Kimmy asked the question, so who who's presenting this? You and Marceau? Because seems like y'all gonna be the only two gonna be profiting off of this.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
And then when Mel was asking her those questions, she was lost because see, she didn't factor in Mel asking these questions that Mel was asking.
Yeah.
And then Marceau, he want to be this. I don't know what he want to be, so I can't even speculate on that. you know, he wanted to get upset too. And then when it got to when Martell leaned over, I don't know who it was, it was Marceau.
Maurice.
It was Maurice that
Yeah.
he leaned over to it and say, "Well, I said how much she charged." You know, that's not your business. She told him right. That's not your business.
Right.
And Mel did right because if that was any, because you know all the expos I went to, you're gonna charge the vendors. So all of that money is going to you and your husband. Nobody else is not gonna get a piece of the pie. You want me to stand up here and give all the expertise that I have and don't get paid?
Right.
This a job.
Well, you know what,
And,
Marina, and we jumping ahead a tad bit, but
oh, I'm
it
sorry.
no, you're fine. It just showed experience and inexperience. It
Exactly.
me how Mel and Martell were able to let me just remove Martell. Mel was able to build a multi-million-dollar company before she even got divorced and continue after and probably has made much more. I saw a teacher and a student when I looked at that scene when it was Mel basically telling Tisha, this is common sense. Um, you know, Timmy was right. You guys have this billboard or whatever it was with just your picture on there. It's named the Black BLAQUE Expo, which is
Wow.
lounge. So why are
Mm-hmm.
we here? This is if you guys are gonna do this, you do this. So
Mm.
I'm glad that Kimmy and Mel shut her down completely. Um,
Mel confused her with them questions.
Oh yeah, because that just shows. Now, this is my question, and like I said, we're gonna get back to that. How you running a multi-million-dollar business and you don't even know what do you mean a budget?
Hello. Mel
She
didn't give her the
left
cliff
that one.
notes, QT. She
Yeah,
didn't have the cliff notes on it. So
she was
she can
lost.
only
And
go
her
by what she
husband,
saw.
right, and her husband was lost too. You know, they weren't expecting that. And Mel is
Done.
not gonna let them use her. But Maritha, real quickly before we go to Bless Queen B, what are your thoughts about the spa scene? Because we're gonna swing back around to that Expo X.
To okay, the spy scene to me was hilarious.
You like it?
And what was hilarious about it was for me what we saw last week when Mel said, "Oh, it's so peaceful in here. The colors, the smell, I just love it." And you know, Tiffany take things a little bit too far for me because she don't understand. Just because you pregnant don't mean you can't get slapped.
Mm,
And you need to stay out of business that's not your business, because I'm
yeah.
sure there's some things that's going on in your life that you need to work on. And when that scene with Stormy, when Tisha was telling Stormy, I was kind of proud of Tisha a little bit, but I seen that little smirk on her face when she was telling Stormy, "Okay, we're not gonna go there. We're not gonna go there. We're gonna not gonna do that." But Stormy just kept talking like she needed a moment. She
Yes,
needed that moment, and I saw Kiki getting agitated.
you was.
Kiki was. Kiki was getting very agitated, not only with Stormy, but also with Tiffany. And
Mhm.
when Mel got up and say, Mel got her stuff, say, let me get up out of here because this is not, I could have been piking some orders or doing something else. And then when Mel was, and it's just, I know she said she had a little slight cold and she was getting over a cold and everything. But the way Mel was handling them,
Mhm.
it was just like, I'm so over y'all. So y'all wanted me here. I'm here. I collected whatever money I needed for this, whatever scene I got paid for this. And on her way out, when she was saying, yeah, the way Mel was talking, it was kind of almost like condescending a little bit.
It
Mhm.
was.
It was condescending. So,
It
and I
was.
don't think nobody picked up on how condescending Mel was being.
Yeah, but she had to be. And even in that scene, Maritha, I saw a teacher and students because Stormy was saying, "Well, it was good, it was good," and Mel was like, "Well, if you guys deem this as good, or you know what I'm saying, a conversation or whatever, it just shows to me why she's miles ahead of the rest. You know, Mel understands the assignment. My assignment was I agreed to meet with Carlos. We all agreed to do this. This is not what I agreed to. So I'm up. You know.
But QT, what it don't bother me, but I'm thinking Stormy as a businesswoman, this is not a good look.
Mm-mm.
Because businesses now they have people that monitor social media.
That
Yes.
part.
And if this is the way you're behaving, just like y'all was saying about sabotaging, she don't even understand the damage that she's doing to her own brand.
Self-sabotaging. Yes.
Because in the store here, where it's in, and people don't understand is the demographic. If she's in a Walmart, if she's in a Target, if she's in a CVS, it's in an area where Black people frequent a lot. It's
Uh-huh.
not in a white area. It's not in the Walmart in the white area. It's not in the Target that a lot of Caucasian visit. It's in a Target, Walmart, CVS that they have a heavy foot traffic with Black women,
Uh,
Black people, and Stormy don't understand about Black women. When Black women say they done with you, they done.
yeah.
They're not buying your product anymore.
Yeah.
And
Hey,
and I just
I live in an affluent suburb of Dallas, a black city, majority black city. And our Walmart has Canvas Beauty on clearance.
Mm. Somebody said that before too, about her product being on clearance.
And when Walmart does that, they're phasing you out.
Yeah.
exactly because
Aretha, to your point though, not only Black women, but the other way that she's self-sabotaging is number one, you're in those stores, which means they had to look at you, look at your numbers and look at your product and everything else to even make that decision to put you in those
yeah,
stores. So if they happen to see, or somebody in that chain of command, or whatever, happen to see you performing like you performing on TV, cussing and all of that, you could mess this up from that level as well. I mean, it's
exactly. And
crazy. It's
I've worked in retail for a long time. I worked in Macy's, I worked in Dillard's, and I worked in the merchandising part and the ticketing part. And what these stores do when they do a markdown, they'll mark down when they mark some, they'll mark when they start doing like they'll do 50, they'll do 40, then they'll do 50. And when they get to 70, and when you're marking those prices down, then and you go around ticketing, stuff will come up 1 cent. When it come up 1 cent, that means it's getting ready to go to Burlington, Marshalls, Ross, and in stores like that where whatever you is shipped there, that's it. Nothing else, that's it. So
right.
what they're doing with Stormy product, if it's being marked down, they're gonna mark it down to the lowest that they can get it. Then it's gonna be you're gonna see it in Target, not Target. You're gonna see it in Burlington's. You're gonna see it in bargain basement
Dollar
stores.
Tree.
Yeah, well, she's
Yeah, you're gonna see it in Dollar Tree.
self-sabotaging, and it's crazy to me, and it just shows that um she was able to attain that level of success real quick with not too much experience, and she even said that. I mean,
Right.
she was using this product on her clients hair that she was doing at a beauty salon, and they really convinced her to get started because it was growing their hair. But yeah, she didn't take enough time. And again, I'm not trying to wish anything bad on her because I believe in karma. So I'm not wishing anything bad on her when it comes to her business or anything else. But she needs to sit down and talk to someone about that. Real quickly, Cynthia Harmon, thank you so much for the super sticker. I appreciate it. Mary Kelly, thank you for becoming a member of the Cutie crew. And next up, we have 935 people watching. Thank you guys so much. And at the time, guys, we have 589 likes.
They better hit that like button.
Yeah.
That's
Y'all
almost
better hit that like button
Hit
before
that
Nana
like
Come on,
come
button.
and
hit
get
some
y'all.
like, hit some
that's
like.
almost 400 in the negative now. Y'all hit that like button for me.
Come
But
on
great,
now.
great points, Maritha. We're gonna swing back around. Bless Queen B. What are your thoughts on either Stormy, or if you feel like the producer, creator, owner is sabotaging his own show?
Yes, good afternoon, ladies. Good afternoon,
Good
TT.
afternoon. Good evening.
I'm going to use Tisha word to highlight I'm going to execute.
Execute.
Execute. As for Stormy, Stormy would have done better on bell collectors.
Mm,
The reason why I say that because bell collectors they have her type of ghetto works well on bell collectors. Her type of ghetto is not working on Love and Marriage Huntsville because it is not that type of thing. So, and she not understanding that we, the audience and the fan, we are not digesting that ghetto on Love and Harry, Love and Marriage, Marriage Huntsville. Because on Bell Collector, it's a different show. It's a different. Those ladies, they have the business, but they ghetto. But the ghetto works on that show. At Love and Marriage Huntville, that is not working for her. So I think she should have really moved there because she is sabotaging her business with her attitude, her mannerism. Everything on this show is not working for her. And as a black woman who struggled to have her business, I really wish that, she could continue to succeed and to progress in her business. But at the rate she's going, she's sabotaging it because it's not a good fit for her for Love and Marriage. Love and
love
Huntsville.
it. Mm-hmm.
And as for oh god, Carlos King, he need a better execution because his execution is not working.
Mm.
It's cool.
He Yeah, well, that's what Tisha said. And she said that about 3 times. Execute, execute, execute. I was like, wait a minute. I'm not, thinking because Tama and Taitung run in my family. So, I'm not making light of it, but it was so funny that you are a multi-million business owner and you cannot execute a good presentation. You execute it because if you had execute a good presentation, you would have had the blueprint from Mel because you don't have it. In marriage, you went on a show to produce, to show the blueprint of marriage. You will make a of you and your husband. Now you come, you want to execute the comeback group, and again, Mel didn't even have to say anything. You show yourself incompetent.
Right.
And I really want to root for Tisha because Tisha have some serious issues that stems from her mother, you know. And but every time I try to root for Tisha, she give me pepper instead of pawpaw, and it's hard to digest something that is burning. So her execution wasn't too kosher.
I feel
And as for oh god, Tiffany. You were funny, but again, your storyline tend to go awry. As Kenny Rogers said, know when to fold up, know when to pack up, know when to run, know when to be quiet. Right now is your turn to just rub your belly and be quiet. Because once you open your mouth, you take me back to where I used to use you take me back to outhouse dates. It's some real outhouse coming out. So know when to
Mm.
fold up. And I love Kiki Esikusen. Her Esikusen and holding Kimmy foot to the fire was good.
Let Kimmy know you went and carried the news to your sister-in-law, which is my cousin, but you did not talk about what Stormy said. If you're going to carry a bone, don't carry a piece of the bone. Carry the whole bone, especially what you've been dealing with. If you're carrying news, make sure carry the whole story, or as the Calypso sing in Trinidad, drink water and mind your business.
Right. I
You understand? So
uh,
that is my thing. And oh my God, I love Mel Execution. Her execution was the bomb.
yeah, it really
I'm
was.
not,
It
yeah,
really
I'm not going through this with you guys because you know what? Last couple season, I was in standard one and standard two. Now I'm graduated.
Hey
I
Gloria.
don't need to go back there. Yeah, no, no, we're not gonna have this.
Yeah.
We're not gonna have this. So
Great points, bless Queen B. And we definitely gonna swing back around. We got a full panel, full house. I agree with you. When it comes to Tisha and her execution, I did want to ask you guys about that because a lot of people are saying that she needs speech therapy. Is that considered speech therapy, guys? A speech therapy issue, or do you think that she just didn't study properly? I just don't understand it. I don't want to be offensive, so let's
Well,
swing
wasn't
back
that
up.
part of one of her
She has a
storylines?
speech
Yeah, she had
impediment.
a speech therapist in
Right?
like
She had
season
a.
two.
Two things can be true at the same time. She needs speech
That's what I was
therapy
going to
and she
say.
needs some education as well.
That's what I was going to say. Pretty Mel Eyes, because just for me personally, if I'm looking at EXPO, there's no S there. So if I look at it, you know what I mean? If I just look at it, and if I'm going to break it down like I'm in first grade, I'm going to say EXXO. You know what I mean?
It's
So
kind of
Yeah,
like
yes, we do.
scrimps. It's
right.
kind of like
She grew up
scrimps.
hearing it wrong the whole
yeah,
time, so she's just mimicking the way that she was raised. It's hard to
Yeah,
unlearn
she
something for 40
speaks
years.
just like her mother.
does. She
I
really
mean,
does.
you know how she says scrimps. She can't say shrimp. She
Yeah.
says scrimps.
Yeah, but I came from a hillbilly chitlin, pig feet, ham hock eating, hog head cheese eating family too.
So did I.
Okay, my
So did I.
grandfather stopped school in the third grade, but still was a construction worker and built half of Boston. Okay, monument still standing.
Go
So,
ahead now.
and I don't talk like that. You know what I mean? So,
I
It's
um,
I
Right. And
really
it has nothing to do with her lisp. I have a lisp myself and I don't talk like that.
mhm.
Um, she really
I think
does.
she overcompensates. I think she tries too hard to stop talking like how she grew up, and she just overcompensates. She tries too hard to
Well,
pronounce the words, and she just sounds stupid.
but
well,
she
I
But
know
did
you,
she
have
but
a
you
speech
know what? I
therapist.
have a problem. I have a problem pronouncing road.
Oh, Marita, wait, and please, I want you to say "roy" again because that's how my daddy used to say it. Let me acknowledge this, and I love. Let me acknowledge this super chat. Kimbella, thank you so much. Kimbella says Stormy just proved the people right why they call her ghetto. So moving forward, she can save the I worked hard, etc. tears. Totally agree. And then real quickly, I did have a super chat from Cynthia Harmon as well. A super sticker. Thank you so much, Cynthia. And also Mary Kelly. I'm not sure if I acknowledge you guys, but thank you for becoming a member of the Cutie Crew. Maritha, say Roy again. Did I tell you how much I
Road.
want you to say that?
Road.
Oh, I
I
love
roads. I can't.
Roy.
That's why I say
Roy.
highway
Right.
because I could never get it. Road, and I say it all the time, and I have to like I used to like road and orange. I have a problem. That's why I have to say it slow, orange, and I can
right.
pronounce it when I say it slow, orange and road. I
But
can't
oh my God, I love
and I kind of get it with Tisha a little bit,
it. Mhm. That's
my
different
heart.
though. That's different. And I don't mean to cut you off. And you guys correct me if I'm wrong. Wouldn't that be considered dialect?
No,
Anybody?
really, it's
Yeah,
just her
actually,
Yes, it
pronouncing.
would.
because
It's
she
just
went to
her
college. I didn't.
enunciation.
It's a regional thing. It doesn't matter where she's.
Exactly.
It's a
Like my
southern
daddy was raised in
regional
Mississippi, and that's how
ghetto poor
he said it.
language.
Yeah,
No, actually, that's not a dialect
it's not
issue.
dialect. What is it?
No,
Bell?
it's an enunciation issue.
That's the
It's
word
But
I'm looking for.
enunciation, period.
but
Yeah,
don't you think that the way that she's enunciating it is determined by where she was raised regionally?
Because she
No.
had therapy. She had speech
So
therapy.
Tisha
She
has a
showed it on
speech
the
She
show.
impediment.
didn't do it. She didn't do it long enough,
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
It's
and
that's
it
not
what
a
looks
that
speech
is.
like
impediment. It's not. It's an enunciation problem.
right. I don't think
She's
it's
Mm.
not enunciating her
mental
words
either.
properly.
So
Yeah,
let me ask you this question because Tisha did say that her daughter, her youngest daughter, is speaking like her.
she grew
So
up
do you
listening
think
to it.
her daughter is picking up on how Tisha is speaking?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, because it happened with my son. Because my husband was countrified, and my son sounded like that. And in school, they put him in speech therapy. They was like, it was like something was wrong, and I was like, well, his father talks like that. His father pronounces words like that. He's from New York, but we used to call him the countryest New Yorker there was. You know what I mean?
Well,
Like
but
say
think
say
about
for
it. If
instance,
mommy is walking around the house talking that way, and you're growing up under
she would pick
mommy.
it up.
Thing with Tisha and Wanda, she just picked it up. But my thing is, Tisha has 2 degrees, and I would just think at some point when you are in school and all of that, some of those things should change.
It
I
would
kind
rub
of
off
question.
on you.
what
I kind of
what
question those degrees. I might have to do some research on that.
right.
Yeah,
Right, I
me
do
too.
too.
Can I say
So
one thing? Because see, I'm from the Bahamas, and I speak, normally like everybody here in Florida. I'm in Orlando, but whenever I go home, when I hear it, my accent it'll come out at the end of certain words. So I'm
Hmm.
thinking that depending on where she is, that's what she's gonna. It doesn't matter how she sees it, because just like she spelled realty, she pronounces
It's that.
realty real t,
I
and that's
that's
how she
sorry, that's
spells
my
it.
dog. I'm rubbing her belly and she's just
Oh,
a
okay. I'm
moaning.
like, what is that?
My little poodle, she's getting her little rubber. She's like, "Rrr," and I'm rubbing her, and I'm like, get out of here. Sorry.
That's okay.
But she also
I think that's basically a Tisha and her family issue. I'm from Mississippi, and it's just Southern slang in some areas versus none. My
yes.
grandmother had a very country slang,
Hmm.
but those of us that moved to the city, when you just like
When you go back home, it's easier for you to start back.
speaking like that because that's who you are around.
Mm-hmm.
So it's easy to turn it on and off. It's just like if you go into corporate America. You don't talk the regular slang you speak with your friends on a daily basis when you're standing in front of a corporate group at the office. So you know how to turn it on and off. Tisha just don't know
Oh,
how to turn hers on and off.
Look,
I
Stormy
just
did
don't think she
yesterday
ought to
when she was
do
talking
anything about it.
normal. Look, Stormy was
Mhm.
talking normal, and
Mhm.
then when she started swearing, she started talking a language nobody could understand. I was like, oh, that's where they talk like that around her way.
Stormy
Yeah.
was trying to bully them and dare them to say something back to her. That's why
Yeah.
she got all
That's
hard
what
and
it
tried to talk
was.
like that. I would have punched Stormy in her face.
I just really do
Not a legend.
believe that with Stormy, with
Trying to be bad.
Stormy saying that she should have been told, to shut up or whatever. I really and truly do not believe that Stormy would have. She making it seem like, oh, if Kiki would have just said that to her, she would have stopped. That I don't believe that. I absolutely don't believe that to be true.
Mm.
No, she
Stormy
wouldn't
is one
have.
of the most unprofessional business women that I've ever seen in
Yeah.
my life.
Yes, she
Right.
is.
Exactly.
And that's why she don't fit with Love and Marriage Huntsville,
No.
because she's
Yeah.
unprofessional and uncouth.
Mm-hmm. I
Yep.
agree. And that's why she turns
I
her,
agree.
oh, I don't even know if I should say it. That's why she turns her lips up instead of nose or both at Mel, because she see Mel conducting herself in a way that she doesn't. And a lot of people do look at that as bougie, or she thinks she's better than, and it's not that. I'm a businesswoman. So
At a certain age, come on, you shouldn't still be
I'm going
handling things like that.
right, and I'm going to conduct myself accordingly in public. You know what I mean? We've seen videos when Mel was on the Ooh Ladies First panel a couple weeks ago. I loved it. Mel was a lot more relaxed. I think it was because they were around her age, and even Mel let out a cuss word on that
Mm-hmm.
panel here or there, but it wasn't the
F
ratchetness that
bombs.
scared me. Yeah, the ratchetness. But let me get Kimbella real quick. Kimbella, you say, man, we don't want her in Mississippi. Nah, that's y'all people. That's y'all people. Stormy is from Mississippi. We
And
send,
so am I.
yeah, and my look, I wasn't born there, but my family was born and raised. My dad's, grandma, grandpa, everybody, uncles, aunties, yes, Mississippi. So yeah, I rep Mississippi because that's where my daddy from. I have nothing
Hmm.
against, I just don't want no parts of Stormy. That's
But
it.
Martell is from here, and we don't want no
Period.
parts of him here.
From Martell say that's his city.
Let me make, like I said, that would it would. That's why the FBI building is coming here.
Uh-uh. Oh,
So
FBI building is coming there.
yes, ma'am. So
Oh,
he
okay.
said
You
all
think
these
they coming
other
for
places. Yeah, he said, he's the reason that all these other places came to
Martell?
Huntsville, but like Toyota
Mm.
and
So they
and
coming for him too.
Mazda, they were already here. They were
Wait,
already
speaking of
here.
the FBI, somebody said that another content creator mentioned that the FBI is investigating the millimeters for doxing.
Yeah, I
Right.
don't
Oh, stop
know
it.
what, and
What's that?
look, hold on. I don't know, and I'm staying away from it. I know what you're talking about. I saw it. Allegedly, it's about these documents and doxing and all of that. And I told you guys, I am a firm believer. I don't agree. I don't agree with doxing. Period. I haven't
Mm-hmm.
had any personal
I'm not sure what that
experience in
is.
it, and I definitely don't want to end up in nobody's jail. But
Correct.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I don't. It's not that serious to me, and I've
Mm-hmm.
seen the damage that is
Right.
done to people in other sectors,
Mm-hmm.
and it's just not cool. But I know
Right.
what you're talking about. Who was that? Bad Apple that just mentioned that.
Yeah.
Okay, I know exactly what you're talking about. I did see that video before I started this live, so yeah,
Mm.
we gonna stay away from that.
You're too educated for that.
But next up, guys, Sheree wanna have a cup of tea.
Mm.
Did you
She
guys?
too
I
old to
didn't
be
hear
that
that
stupid.
question. What did you say, Chit Chat? You kind of went out on us. I didn't hear
Oh,
that.
that's right, because you didn't see. Am I breaking up, guys?
A little.
You
You're
want a little
fine right
bit.
now.
Oh my God! Please tell me if I am. So I can. Is this better?
You're
Yes.
good
Yes,
Yes.
now.
ma'am.
Yes, it is.
I don't know what I did. That's right, Red. And you didn't see the episode. Marceau was talking to Maurice and um Martell. I'm sorry, Martell was talking to Marceau and Maurice, and they was asking him about Sheree and all of this stuff. And Martell, all these doggone M's, Martell revealed that he and Sheree have been talking about kids. He wants a couple kids, and
What?
basically
Oh,
Sheree is
Kids.
down for it. Stormy,
Now
you
we know
know
that's
Girl.
a
He
lie.
he can barely afford the kids he got. Why? And Sheree ain't trying to start all over at what, 53, 54.
right.
Sheree is going
Right.
through menopause, child, allegedly.
We
Right.
knew that was a lie when he opened his mouth with that one. Sheree ain't having no kids.
No.
And that house, the way Sheree decorated that house, come on now, his kid's not even invited over there.
Well, maybe he said that because allegedly, in my opinion, that coleslaw within months will be coming out with a baby, and he got his put it out there a
You gotta
little
throw
bit
one
that
out there somewhere.
he's willing, if more comes, he's willing to accept them.
Mm.
Hmm.
mm,
Maybe, allegedly, in my
that
opinion, I don't
Well,
could
know.
he
be.
said
I
that
agree.
she was
One at a
willing to
time.
have kids.
Go ahead,
And
Beth.
we know better than that. The way she is about her body, oh hell no. That lady is not getting pregnant for anyone.
She's a
And
grandma. I mean, I'm not saying grandmas can't have babies, but Her kids are grown. She's been there, done that. Her
Sheree is
siblings
too
is had.
selfish. She's too
Yeah,
selfish.
Exactly.
and it's a storyline. But
Yeah.
I cut you off, Pretty Brown Eyes. Go ahead, Pretty Brown Eyes. Then next up, Maritha. Is Anonymous still with us? Anonymous probably on somebody else's panel, child. Check it.
No, I'm here. I was snoring. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. I thought you was letting loose somewhere.
No, please, Lord. I had it enough for the day. So I was just hearing y'all.
They better leave my Anonymous alone. Go ahead, Pretty
We
Brown Eyes.
got your back, Anonymous. Don't worry.
But which on which topic, chit chat? I'm
The
sorry.
babies, Martell and these future children
Oh,
with
I
Sheree.
agree. I agree with the previous caller who said that maybe coleslaw or somebody else has a bun in the oven or something coming, so he's foreshadowing what's to come. But I think that those children as a way to control the women and a reason to to keep them attached to him, because he has to
Mhm.
lock them down some type of way. Because really, if Coleslaw didn't have the little baby, she wouldn't have to be subjected to him. She can leave, and then Mel has four, the four beautiful babies talks
Mhm.
about. So I
Yeah.
think he tries to get the girls pregnant so that he can have a tie with them, so he can use that to manipulate them
Good point.
and to be with them.
Good point. I think that great point, actually, Pretty Brown Eyes. I think that when it comes to coleslaw, I think coleslaw wants it to be known that this first baby wasn't just no oops, even though we know it was a oops. Not really, because he wasn't using protection, but we know he didn't want the child. Let's put it like that. So I think that she will purposely, if she's allegedly pregnant, I think it was done purposely. Because no matter what, even if a man say he weighing something or whatever, I think it's still up to the woman to take double precaution,
Mm-hmm.
birth control and everything else, if you don't want any kids. So I think
Mm-hmm.
that in her eyes, this will prove to Sheree I was still with him. This will prove to Mel that it wasn't just this. She's sick like that to me. I'm
Mm-hmm.
not
Well, I think she's
that he's
still.
not at fault at all.
Well, well, Chit Chat, I think she's still competing with Mel. So if Mel could have four, she gonna try to have as many as she can have, because every time Melody was pregnant, Coleslaw was pregnant too. But Martell made her get rid of them allegedly. But that's what she said.
Yeah, she
So
said
they
that.
were all pregnant at the same time, starting with Boss Baby.
Right.
Mm.
Yeah,
So Coleslaw was pregnant then twice,
she
and then
was.
and Mel had Boss Baby. She had to get rid of hers, and then they worked it out. Coleslaw probably got pregnant again sometime in between. Then she said she had a miscarriage.
Right.
Then Mel got pregnant with Sugar Mama,
Mm-hmm.
and Coleslaw got pregnant after that, and she didn't get rid of it because Mel had just had Sugar Mama, so she's in competition. So I
Yeah.
wouldn't be surprised if she's pregnant now. She's posting old pictures. She has yet to come on live or show herself below
Mm-hmm.
her neck to show her body.
Yeah, I
Cause
think
we
she.
know how she love her body.
Mm-hmm. I think she is as well. Like I put in one of them little shorts that I uploaded of her. She looked like the old folks used to say back in the day, like she full of baby,
Full of baby.
like
Yep.
full of baby, nose spread, everything. Sad case. What do you guys think about the mess that's going around? Real quickly, 9:35 watching. Thank you guys so much. Please hit the like. What do you guys think about this mess going around that she's taking the builder's license exam?
Child.
It's a
I
lie.
think that,
That's
well,
the biggest joke I ever heard.
how
Right.
could Martell prep her for a test that he couldn't prep himself for?
Prep his.
Like,
Oh,
let's be
Jesus,
serious.
That
that
part.
one.
Mm-hmm.
But you have to have other prerequisites other before you can even get to that. I don't believe that
Mm-hmm.
Coleslaw graduated from college. She might have went to college, but
She
I don't
got a
believe that she has.
degree.
I
No, she
think
got
on
a
one
she
of
got
her,
a
yeah,
degree.
I think on one of her, on her Instagram page, I think it was a old picture of her with in a cap and gown with her oldest daughter.
That was her college degree.
Uh-huh.
Because she got pregnant with that little girl.
Yeah.
She's not utilizing it. She got pregnant with her daughter when she was in college, and it's a graduation picture actually, with her holding her degree and her daughter by her side. So she does have a degree. And these folks that go out there and look stuff up, they found that out too.
Yeah.
Um, but it's like, why? I think she has did she major in biology, if I'm not mistaken?
I think so. I think
Yeah,
I'm
it
not
is a
sure.
liberal arts degree in biology.
Okay, that's what I thought. That's what I
Yeah,
thought.
because that's the prerequisite for nursing.
Right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And
And
Yeah.
then
she couldn't handle, because like in most colleges for nursing, there's only a percentage of people that be accepted
into the
in the
nursing
nursing
program.
program.
Right.
Because my daughter went to Bethune-Cookman. You could take all the prerequisites, and if your GPA is not, everybody's fighting for that spot.
Yeah.
So, and then, she didn't get into the nursing program because the nursing program is almost like you have to give up your life for a certain amount for a certain period of time. Because when my daughter got into the nursing program, I promise you, for the 16 months that she was in that program, there was no going out. There was no going out to eat. There was no going on dates. There was no getting involved with anything other than her daughter, whatever her daughter had going on at school. And I had to step in for that pretty much. I had to go to the football games. I had to pick up cheerleading practice. I had to go to gymnastic practice. I had to do all of that stuff. You have to be focused, because I would see my daughter study in increments. Get out of school at 2 o'clock, wait till 3 o'clock to start studying, study from 4, and study from 4 to 8, go to sleep for a minute, wake up 8, because the paper got to be turned in at 11:59.
Right.
Yep,
Right.
you're correct.
You
And she
definitely
could
have.
have gotten into the nursing program, but when you get into the nursing program, the first semester, you have to fill some prerequisite and you have to score more than 70%. And
Okay,
if
you guys, she was in the nursing program though.
yeah, and
That
you
was confirmed as far back as Funky Dineva before she even was known.
Yeah,
Because
and that's when she said that she couldn't focus and she had to drop out because of everything that was going on with Martell.
yeah, so she was
yeah,
in the nursing program. The people that were at the hospital working alongside her and all of that confirmed that. And I think she just thought she was going, Martell sold her a dream early on about this
Mhm.
show. And I think she said, forget this, I'm
Mhm.
going to be famous. And
Mhm.
then screwed herself over.
Uh-huh. That
It's
one.
yeah, or she could have messed it up for herself, because as I was saying, because today I had a early on a baby shower with one of my classmates who is in the nursing program, and one of them who they actually forced to drop out of the nursing program because she was not making the first semester prerequisite grade. So even though you get in that first semester prerequisite grade, it must be above 70%.
Oh
And
yes. Oh
if
yes.
it is not above 70%, they would actually, you have two choices. Either you drop out on your own, or they failed you. If you drop out on your own, you have the chance of doing it again. If they fail you, you have to wait 18 months before you can apply to the program again. So that's how I know about it, because Melissa, she continued because she did good, and my other friend, she dropped out without having them to fail her, and she's looking to start back in fall because of it. So she could have started the program, but her grade and the pressure of
right.
having a baby and everything.
Right. She came out herself and said it wasn't her grades. And I believe it.
Yeah.
And because this came out of her mouth, that she dropped out due to stress of people finding out who she was and all of that. The key point is she's not in school that we know of now, and she definitely does not have the experience or the talent or anything else to try to go and get a builder's license for Martell. Where that started from, I don't know. You guys know it's a lot of stuff that just be thrown out here, and if it's stick, it's stick. I don't even think that's the case. I think the girl's sitting at home pregnant and miserable. That's what I think.
Chit
But
chat, I think it's a hoax. I think somebody probably cracked a joke and it
yeah, and it
just
just took
ran,
off.
and then everybody just picked it up and ran with it. I don't think
Because
that girl is studying.
actually, yeah, actually, Pretty Brown Eyes, when I was live, and I think the last time I was live publicly, instead of members only, somebody put it in the comment section, and I could not stop laughing about it. So
Yeah.
I definitely took it as a joke. So, I definitely don't think it's true. And like I believe it was Pink Diva or Bad Apple, or Red Ann, one of you guys said, if the man can't even prep himself, how's he prepping her? Martell had experience in the field, and he's been unable to get his own builder's license. So yeah, I agree with you, Pretty Brown Eyes. Anybody else want to touch on that before we move to Mr.
I
Martell
do. I
sitting?
do because they're saying if it's an open book test, and people don't understand. Open book test is the hardest test to take,
Mm-hmm.
even though it's an open book test. Because when I was going to like a Bible study course, and we would have an open book test, and if your notes are not in order, and if your notes not in order, you lost. Because you
Yep.
scrambling to find the notes, and then you're scrambling to find the page. You got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 chapters. You're scrambling. But if you put things in order, you could pass that test. But we understand, and allegedly, and in my opinion, Martell has a learning disability.
Mm-hmm.
So therefore, an open book test wouldn't do him no good. And by her taking the test, it's definitely not going. Well, she's going to have her bills to license. Who's going to work with her, and who's going to work with him?
I don't believe that mess for 1 second.
And see, that's where Mel failed him. She should not have done his work for him. No, 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 no. She should have got him with a study of somebody that's, I don't know, like one of those study guide people, or I
Oh, has
don't
it
know.
been confirmed that she indeed did his work for him, or is that just things that people are saying?
Listen.
I think
When
that is
she
things
paid
that
for
people are
Actually
saying.
said it. Sadly, she said it.
Well, I heard her say that
She
when he
helped.
dropped out, she paid for she gave him the money to go back to school.
School, yeah.
I didn't hear her say she did his work, but wink, wink, maybe she did.
I'm
But
sure she
yeah,
did.
Of
Allegedly.
course.
She did say that she took him from, I think it was a 1 point something to a mid 3. So I'm assuming that she had to be doing something.
Of
I mean,
course.
just to keep it a buck, I would do it if it was my husband. If we married
right.
this time and I
Well,
wanted,
that was before he was her husband, right? That was when they were
He
in
was just
college.
a
And
boy.
what
yeah,
girlfriend hasn't helped their high school jock football player do some homework? My brother had girls that was doing his homework all the time.
right.
Period.
But I think they're talking more of, and that's true, Pink Diva, more of when they were married, as far as this builder's license exam and all of that. A lot
Right.
of people are trying to say that male every step of the way. And who knows? I don't know if they have to go in and take the
From what I
test.
heard, he was flunking out when he met her.
Yeah, well, that flunking
Who
out.
So
might have gave me contact? I'm just so happy.
Wait, what was the last comment?
Go
that when
ahead.
they met, he was flunking out of school.
Oh,
I
God.
heard that's
Excuse me?
I heard that is the first reason why he says dropped out. I heard he lost the scholarship because he couldn't maintain the GPA to keep it.
Right.
Hmm.
Well, I
Yeah.
know
I
y'all
mean,
don't want to talk
listen,
about that other thing, but somebody was arguing about the fact that Mel didn't pay for him to go to school, and she actually did. They were saying
Oh,
he had a scholarship. Yes, he had a scholarship, but he lost it, and
He
she did
lost
help
the
him.
scholarship.
She
Yeah.
paid for it. She gave him the $1,500 to take his classes.
Right.
Martell
pretty girl,
put that out
pretty
in the
brown
chat.
eyes.
Martell
Huh?
said that himself on
Yeah,
video.
he said it right.
He
But the
said,
She was
person,
trying to dispute it though. She
yeah, the
was
oh,
person said
basically
that.
calling everybody a liar.
Yeah, the person doesn't like Mel, so she said that that wasn't true. That he had a scholarship. Yes, he initially did, but
oh,
he didn't
He
last.
he
that was a
lost it,
football
which is
scholarship.
a football.
right. Yeah. Well, he came out himself and said that Pink Beaver, are you back? I muted you for a quick second. Seemed
Yes,
like
I am. Sorry.
seemed like he's talking to somebody. But it's I can't remember, was it on, no, this was an interview that he gave, and if I'm not mistaken, guys, but I remember him saying that, or no, I remember Mel saying she had two jobs at the time in college,
Two to
and that
three.
she
Yep.
needed to pay and help him get back in school, you
That,
know.
Mm-hmm.
y'all remember when Martell said that he needs a woman to believe in him more than he believes in himself.
Correct.
That's
Uh-huh.
so if you believe in him like Mel did, sorry y'all, if you believe in him like Mel did, you're gonna help him get through school. You're gonna help him with his work and boost him up for your, for the betterment of the relationship for the both of you. Mel saw the big
Right.
picture, so she helped him.
Exactly. And that's what I mean when I said if I was married, I don't even want to say him, but I would help my spouse if need be. Because like you said,
Right.
Yeah.
they got goals that they're trying to reach and all of this.
Right.
It's
Yeah.
Right. So you
Yep.
can't fault her for believing in him and wanting the
right.
best for their relationship. He just abused the fact that she loved him and that she cared for his
Yes.
future.
But
Yep.
they blame Mel for his behavior all the time. They say, well, she let him get away with it so much, so it's like serves her right or something.
No,
My
I
And I
wasn't
thing
think
speaking
is,
to
that's
I
that. I was
sad.
speaking to the fact that somebody said that that was her fault for, that's her main fault for basically helping
Yeah.
him with his work. No, she
No.
believed in,
listen,
she
I'm
loved
just
him and believed
saying,
in him.
One at a time. Let her finish. Go ahead, pretty brown eyes.
No, that's all I'm saying is that she just loved him and believed in him. That's
Mm-hmm.
just like a parent could love and believe in their child and make sure that they get to school or get to whatever they want to accomplish. But once they get that, it's not that parent or that person's fault if the person strays away from that path
Right.
or goes against, everything that got you to that point. It's
Yeah.
not her fault that he's a butthole.
Right.
That's just him. It's not on her. You
Right.
see,
and
he's
I'm
paying
not
for it
saying
now.
that. I agree with you, Pretty Brown Eyes. I just think that this was an issue long before Mel even came into the picture.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And I'm not saying it's Mel's fault. All I'm saying is you cannot help a man too much. You can't be his crutch too much. You can't let a man lean on you too much.
Mm-hmm.
I
And
agree.
She
that is
definitely spoiled him. Now she did.
yes, yes.
Mm-hmm.
And that's something that I'm sure she's looked back on. But when from the outside looking in, if you look at it, Martell, as soon as he met Melody, began to benefit. As soon as he
Mm-hmm.
met her, he began to benefit. His grades benefited. Then when he married her, his professional life benefited.
Mm-hmm.
And now that she's gone, he's failed at everything because he doesn't have the benefit of Melody's help anymore.
That
Yeah.
He,
is 100.
in
You're
his
Well, he
absolutely
words,
right.
said
he
he
told.
lost his favor on the
Yep.
show when he was talking to the Goon Squad. He said he lost his
That
he,
favor. That
oh
was
god.
He
Mel
did.
was his favor.
I
Yes.
would
I was
say,
shocked. Excuse me. I was shocked to hear him say that. I agree with you, Bad Apple. Hindsight is 2020, as with anyone. And if we all lived our lives just strict, don't do this, don't do that, because this may happen, this may happen. I just don't think that uh, she can be blamed at all to me because
Mm-hmm.
hey, if that's the way her heart is set up, you know what I mean? And this is her spouse and they're working towards their future. I totally get what you're saying. Because of situations like this, it can come back and bite you, and that's why you shouldn't. But I think that that's why she's still blessed and continues to
hmm
get blessed. You know what I
Mhm.
mean?
Mm-hmm.
You can look at
Because
it.
but I think, if I may interject with Martel, if you guys get to sit with Martel and have a conversation with Martel, Martel will sell you such a pipe dream that you would believe him because he believes in him,
Like that.
he believes in his own self and is saying that
Mm-hmm.
he don't know how to execute it, but he would sell you a pipe dream that you would oh, okay, he has potential, he has the ability, he has an idea, but
Mm,
it's only on the outside. It has no meat on the inside, no
yeah.
substance. He have an idea of what he wants thing to be and how he would like. So he had maybe had a vision for what his life would be like if he had this person who would support him
Right.
based on him growing up with his grandmother and stuff like that. So Mel is like, okay, this man has a vision. So you know what? I'm going to help him make his vision because our vision coincide with each other. We want a family, we want to build, we want to, leave wealth for our children when we have children. So she went along because she believed in him.
Well, you
But
know what it is, bless Queen B, and it's no different than a lot of other people that's been put in situations. I know I can speak from experience. A lot of times, and this is where a lot of women make the mistake. You fall in love with the potential and not the person.
Yes.
yes,
I mean,
yes, oh,
you can
absolutely,
fall in love.
101.
Right. So you have hope that they gonna change. You can
Yes,
see it in them. If you just do this, this is how this will work, this the next step, this and so forth and so forth. If it's not in them, they're not gonna do it. So a lot of women fall in love with the potential. I was speaking to one
yes,
of my girlfriends the other day, and she said, she just broke up with her guy, and it was so profound what she said. She said, I didn't love him. I loved who I thought he was, or who I
yep.
was. That in our live the other night, or was I talking to one of my girlfriends? I don't know. But yeah,
Mm.
I
But
heard it
see,
this week, and that's very profound. A lot of us have found ourselves in similar circumstances where, again, you have hope and you fall in love with the potential, and then you get disappointed. So that's all it was with Mel.
well,
Martell, one that's still, trying to get back.
Chit Chat Martell is the type he didn't just use me. Martell uses everybody
I
and
know.
anybody.
I
He
know.
doesn't have no person. He tried to use Chris Fletcher. He used
Oh yeah.
Marceau. He used Mel. He used anybody that he can use to get his point across,
Mm-hmm.
uh, and to get what he wants. Because he wants to hide behind the shadow of anybody and do as little work as possible, but take
Mm-hmm.
all the credit for it.
Yeah.
But it was like when they showed the super fans commenting on the show, and one of the super fans said, "Oh, Marceau is fine. Marceau is this. Marceau is that. Marceau is a surface person." But she said he has absolutely nothing upstairs. He has
Marceau or
he
Martell.
Martell?
Martell. She said Martell was fine, nice looking eye candy. I mean, just, a beautiful, man on the outside, just surface. But she said there was nothing upstairs, nothing. Martell had nothing going on upstairs. He was dumb, just nothing to give. You couldn't have a conversation, an intellectual conversation with him. He just would not be able to hold a conversation unless it's about him and what he does. It's always got to be about him, him, him.
Mm.
Well, look at that cringy scene with him and Sheree. He couldn't even hold a conversation with her, and she don't have a eighth grade education. That was very cringy.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Very bad, very bad. I don't know. I just,
But if you look at Mattel interview this week as well, I mean, Mattel cannot speak to an audience. He cannot speak in front of people. But
right.
like, with the Fletchers and them, with the boys and them, he can sell them a pipe dream with Melody. You understand what I'm saying? They had a relationship, so he sold her a pipe dream. But when coming to speaking market, Martel can't even sell himself. And Carlos is not really doing a good job at with this week running around with Martel. He's making Martel look more dumber than he normally do.
I mean, you couldn't even sell your Inez wine. I mean, you couldn't. do a good speech about the Inez wine.
Exactly. So, he's not, but I know that he lyrically ill. If you sit with him one on one and you hear him talk, he would be very fun and you'll be like, oh my God, this is who you are. There's something wrong with Melody. And then you'll be like, when you really get to listen to him, he would be fun to be around. He would spout an idea and a dream and you believe that, okay, he know how to execute it. No, he don't. He have an idea. He, watch a lot of things on the surface, but the meat of it, he has no idea whatsoever how to execute anything. And he go on him being buff and how his clothes fit him tight and everything. And I look at him as a big pig with a little piggy that I'm not even going to play dolly house with. Cause
But
that's a
Maurice,
waste of
I
time.
don't. I wouldn't even want to sit down and have an intellectual conversation with Martell. Martell is the type of person who will get you to talking. He could basically collect intel on you to basically keep it over your head to do what he wants to do. This is exactly what he's doing to his friends. We cheated together. So now I'm going to hold you, I'm going to hold that over your head so you can basically keep me in the business or do what I need you to do and side with me at any moment.
He said
Mar-
he records conversations.
See, and
right, but see, Maurice keeps saying it. He keeps saying it. A double-minded man is
mm-hmm.
unstable in all his ways,
I caught that yesterday too.
Mm-hmm.
and
Yeah.
that's
Yeah,
his whole
and
problem.
I
He
don't.
And
wants
I
to
don't.
be
I think
somebody
that
that
went
he's
over.
He
not.
would know.
one at a time. Go ahead.
I think that went over Martell's head when he
It
It
did.
said
did.
It did.
It
You
It
did.
know,
did.
and you right, Red Ann. Did you guys see in that scene, Martell is just so immature, but to watch him, we've had discussions about this. It's like he's a teen. Like in that scene when Marie said that he turned all around and twisted around, and then even when they were sitting down for the Expo meeting, there's something that is just so immature. It's like he's a kid in the head.
Chit
Listen,
Chat,
he is.
you're right though, because even at the reunion, when they were talking about him getting his builder's license, and everybody was sitting here literally laughing in his face,
Yeah,
and then the cameras panned towards Mel, and you can see that she was like completely embarrassed because he didn't get it. It was like everything was going over his head. Like these
yeah.
people are not laughing with you; they're
That,
laughing at you.
that's
and
right.
that's why he's angry.
It seems
Right.
like whatever trauma that Martha went through is stunned his mental and emotional growth between 16 and 18. He looked like he is still in within that age group. He hasn't grown further. His body has matured, but his mentality and his emotional state, it seems to still in his late teens.
I agree. He
I
seems
Yes.
agree.
very stuck. He
I
seems very
agree.
stuck and out of
And
touch with reality.
yeah, and that's
And
why
that's
he's
the reason why.
a perfect
I'm
fit
sorry.
for coleslaw because
Right.
they both
Yep.
Exactly, because they're
stuff like
both children. They are
yeah,
both children. And like he said on that destined trip, he's like, well, y'all can consider me one of the kids because he is.
He
yeah,
did. Yeah.
But life did Martell a very disservice. His mom failed him. His grandma failed him. People just failed Martell. Martell is one of those people that fell through the crack. You know what I'm saying? The school system failed Martell. Being an athlete, they just to push you up because you can run the ball or you could throw the ball. And see, he thought in high school he could do what he did in high school, in college, and he got a rude awakening when he went to college. And then life started lifing when he got out of college and him and Mel got married. We see Mel did everything, and Mel did Martell a disservice
hmm,
Yes. I
by
Yes.
always, covering him. And men are so easy and quick to say, well, I'm a man. A man is more than being a father. A man take care of the house. A man don't disrespect his wife, don't disrespect his children, don't disrespect his family. And how do this man in his mind, how can he rationalize even thinking for a second that Mel would even dream about taking him back? All the stuff you done said about this lady, all the names you done called this lady, how you have embarrassed this lady, and how you have allowed others to do that, how you have allowed your baby mama to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and
Before
most
Martell,
that, Marita, it's
I
even
agree with
before
what you're
that.
saying, Maritha, but most importantly, Martell did Martell a disservice because
exactly.
I know a lot of people who went through some horrible things growing up, but you as an adult have to have the conscious decision to want better for
Mm-hmm.
yourself. Then you can either stay in there and play victim to what you went through and whoever failed you, or you can want better for yourself and decide that you're going to take the initiative to do better for yourself and
Change.
not just wait on somebody else to do it for you.
That's right.
Exactly.
And
Exactly.
you can use
And
it as motivation to prosper instead of using it as a crutch and
Yes.
an excuse to not do anything. That's just he's just plain lazy.
Yeah.
Everybody else has to pick up themselves from their bootstraps and do something.
That's
The
right.
whole reason he took Mel to court was because he didn't want to work.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to sit back and he feels that he's entitled to her money and her lifestyle, because that's what they dreamed. Yeah, they dreamed of that together, but she didn't dream of you dipping and doing all around the world with someone else.
And
No, and
creating a
then
whole baby.
Well,
and
I
then
mean,
too,
all of that. But
then
he still wants to live that same lifestyle, and he still wants that same covering that she put over him to make him feel important. Now the emperor has no clothes and everybody sees him for what he is, just a
That's right.
bald head dumb jock with a little gherkin pickle. Go sit down.
You
It-
better preach, pretty brown.
it's,
oh
it's so
Jesus have
obvious. Give me
mercy.
one
But
second.
then too,
It's so. Give me one second.
Martel.
Give
Oh,
me one
sorry. Go ahead.
second, bless.
Sorry.
It's so obvious, PPE, what you just said. Definitely still a dumb jock at 40 plus years old. And he acts that way. Even the scene of the preview with he and Sheree on Real Housewives of Atlanta. He's just like, it's something else going on. I know allegedly he has these, maybe a learning disability and all of that. But yeah, I agree with Pink D, but Martell, number one, is the reason why. Martell has enough sense to know what to do and what not to do. And I think that, like everybody in this chat is talking, and no one is blaming Mel. I see people saying she was young, almost everyone has been down that road, or all of that. No, that's what we said. A lot of us have been there, done that, and can relate. And there's nothing wrong with you going into something wanting the best, and then when you see it's not on that path, you exit. So yeah, but even with Sheree, he seems to be 20 years younger than her, and mentally he is, and that's what I don't get. I think it's more than just a learning disability. I don't know. It's puzzling. It's
He's
puzzling for
very
why.
immature, QT. He's
Yeah.
very
Yeah,
immature.
but
He
it's
was like, "Oh, I ain't know what you got." Like he couldn't even talk to her, and she doesn't even
Right.
have an eighth grade education, so that's saying something.
yeah.
And
I'm
he
like,
But
know what
oh,
he wants
that's
Martel,
to
the
do.
blind leading the blind, and if he's making Sheree look smart, then we got a real problem.
We got a problem.
Girl,
I
I
don't
said the
know if
same
you
thing
guys
when they
have
said he
listened
was a
to
special ed
Lilith.
teacher. I said, what?
Well, he know how to run around and keep up hell. He know how to do that well.
Oh,
And know
he's
how
an
to
So
pull
agent of
yeah.
chaos.
that little gherkin out. He specialized in that. So be
Right.
smart.
I was listening
Go ahead
to
and go into adult entertainment or something. It's like capitalize off of what you think you good at. But yeah, he's draining to me. He really is. Go ahead, PBE.
Oh, I was done. I was just commenting on that.
Okay.
He just makes my skin crawl.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I know we don't supposed to talk about that other thing, but I was just so upset how no one wants to protect Melody and everybody blames her for fighting for her marriage.
No,
You can
I don't.
You know,
I
Nobody
don't.
no,
blames her
no,
for
no, no, no.
that.
I
No,
don't mean on this. In the other sector, when
Oh,
somebody was saying about why do they blame Mel, and
Right.
I was speaking to the comments in the chat, they was like, why do they blame Mel? I don't understand why Mel is blamed for any of it.
me either. Because that's between her and God. And no one knows if she had to build herself up mentally to be stronger to even make the move when she finally made it. You know what I mean? It's life. This case is not unique. Martell is not the first man that cheated. Mel is
That's
not the
right.
first woman that
Yep.
stayed. And I, for
Hmm.
one, will never blame a married woman that is it's apparent that she's trying to honor her vows.
She's trying. She didn't,
Yeah.
she tried.
Give him another
And
shot. And the girl was, that's for better or worse. If that wasn't worse, I don't know what is. That's a part of her vows. So yeah, I would
and
never blame Mel.
and
Yeah,
that is what have mattered. Sorry to cut you off, cute today, but that is what have mattered in the fufu that he find himself in, because he said that it's not the first time he cheat. For 5 years within their marriage, he been stepping out and she been taking him back. But what he failed to realize is that okay, 5 years ago, I was now learning who I am.
mm-hmm,
Hmm.
Now I know who I am. I know exactly what it is I want. I am
right,
doing everything to honor my vow and what it is I, as a woman, want in a marriage and in a relationship. And I'm sorry, you coming up short. And on top of it, you bring a whole people in it. No, sweetie. No, no,
yeah,
enough is enough is enough is enough. And, I applaud her because she had more sense than I did, because I went through it for 20 years and keep taking him back with people, without people. You understand what I'm saying? So I applaud her for doing what she do and not wasting time, because time wasted, that is the only thing we as human beings cannot get back. You can get back money, house, land, but
right,
time
mhm,
wasted is something that you cannot get back. She's a young woman and she has the whole world ahead of her. I pray, God, that she finds somebody who would love her for who she is. I pray, God, that she have a better understanding of who she are, that she don't lower her standard for anybody else. If they cannot meet her on the threshold that she are, then keep it moving. Hello,
that's right.
bye. Been there,
That's
done
right.
that.
Totally
And as for
agree. Let
Martel,
me
I wish him well.
Yeah, we all do. You know what I mean? And that prayer is for any woman that will find themselves in situations
Yeah.
like that. Let me read
Um,
Dee's comment here because I totally agree. Dee put, I don't believe in mistakes. Mel and Martell are taking this journey together. She has become a symbol of strength and resilience for so many women, in addition, a great mom and businesswoman. Totally agree.
Yep.
Everybody has a different path in life, and it is what it is. She's come out on the other side, and we see Mr. Man is still stuck. Now, real quick,
Can
guys, kind of move on. I'm sorry, who was that?
It was me, Red Ann. I have a question for you, chit chat and panel.
Uh,
And maybe I'm mistaken on this. It's off of it's not pertaining to Martell. Do you all remember when the Scott's mother, they had that home built for her and they brought her here and they said that she was a single mom, she worked two jobs to take care of them. Remember they said that about their mom?
I do remember them somehow back then
I
making
remember,
it.
Yes.
and I know
Okay.
exactly what you're gonna say. Go ahead
Yes.
about the
So
daddy. I'm sure.
thank you. Exactly.
Hmm.
So now they're talking about the dad saying that he always worked, he worked
Uh-huh.
for the family. So which one is it?
Yep.
I mean, did the
And you know
mom
what?
work two jobs and the dad was working? But then the dad said he never vacationed or went on a cruise until he
Right.
was 50. So which one is it?
And you
Well,
know what, Red? And I thank you for bringing that up because I made a mental note to try to go back and watch that episode because it was kind of more revealed, unless I'm just tripping, But I thought that the mom and dad were divorced early on, if I'm not
Right.
mistaken.
Yup.
And
Exactly.
there were also rumors, or I don't know if it was said on this show, but they said something about they did they say something about sleeping in a church or something before?
Uh-huh.
Marcel
Yep.
said
Sleep.
that.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yep.
Sure did.
So where did this stable
Where did
life
the
come
dad come?
from? What they were talking about last night? They didn't even we didn't
Exactly.
even know. We
Well,
didn't
y'all
even
know what
know
I
this
think?
before.
I think that Marcel did think he
It's
was
a
better than
storyline.
Tisha,
It's a
and
lie.
told her that she was from the other side of the tracks because that's exactly how he feels about her and Wanda. And then once he seen how he would have been perceived, he came up with that fake story to get sympathy. Like,
Oh my
no, I
goodness.
was
What
poor
happened?
too. Not just you. I was poor too. So that you won't be so hard on him for embarrassing her like that.
I
Yeah,
mean, but
I
it's
think
like a
I think that
lie.
they just lie so much they can't
that's
keep up
what
with
it
what they said from
He
Yeah, it
season to
was
definitely
season.
lied.
yeah, it
that's
wasn't in that way.
yeah,
It was in a lying way. It was
right.
around the time they opened up Black or something like that, starting their generational worth or whatever he was trying to say, where he came from was so da, 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 da,
Right.
da. It was like back then, and he was saying it in that way, not in a way of trying to make Tisha feel equal. He every step of the way she's beneath him
I mean,
Right,
they
she was
made it
beneath
seem like
him, but real quick, she was beneath him. He was
in his
basically
eyes.
belittling her.
right.
But if the story that, and I'm definitely gonna do some research on it. If you guys were living in churches and all of that, and the dad left the house, and somebody said there were multiple baby daddies. This is all alleged. I'm not sure. That the mom may have had another. I'm not sure, but if the father wasn't in the house and you guys had a upbringing where you didn't know you were poor but you were, what's the difference than being on the other side of the tracks? It's the same thing.
Right,
You know,
Exactly the
men
same thing.
will
But
build themselves up by putting you
right.
down, and that's what he's done with Tisha.
I mean,
right,
they really made it seem like, when they were in that house preparing the house for their mother, Maurice and Marcel, oh, just hugging on each other. Oh, what we came from, and you know, it's just crying about it because they made it seem like they came from nothing to look at where they're at now.
They did. Keep talking, guys. I'm gonna let my little doggies out. Keep talking.
mm,
Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know. It's to the point now where you just really cannot believe anything that comes out of their mouth.
Well, Basement Billy came out on social media and did a comment and said that that whole scene was a lie. So I
Oh
don't know,
wow.
I don't know what part of it was a lie, if it was the dad speaking about it or if it was whatever
You
Marceau was
know,
saying.
he was filmed on the Destiny race. Remember they had that Destiny race?
I don't remember seeing the dad. I can't really
No, no,
remember. I'd
not
have
the
to go back
dad.
and watch it.
Not the dad, Basement Billy. He was there.
Oh, was he?
He was there
Yeah, I
because
remember that.
yeah, if you go to the end where they were running to the finish line and the oldest daughter,
Mariah beat him.
yeah, Mariah beat him. He was actually running behind her. Yeah.
hmm.
I said, "Oh." So you go back and look at
Oh,
some of these episodes, you'll really see some stuff.
all of them. I saw that the cousin Courtney was in the first episode at the party where Kimmy's when remember when Kiki walked in?
Yeah.
She was standing there by Kimmy at that table when Kiki walked in.
What
Courtney, you
cousin?
mean the one
Courtney?
that Tisha had
Yes,
the meeting with?
she's in the first episode of this season. Mhm.
Yeah.
Kimmy's
Oh yeah.
Kiki
partner.
hugged her and said, "Hey, Courtney."
Uh-huh.
Oh, I didn't
Yeah, she
see
at
that.
the table.
Yeah, she's there. So they slipping them in as extras here and there wherever they can get them in at. And Kiki
Well,
was on there, and she was fine when she was going up against Kimmy for being on Mel's side or for saying that yeah we do talk about Melody. Wanda and all of them got them to come on the
well,
show. So she
well,
only wanted her on the show as long as she was doing what she wanted her to do. She didn't want her to be on the show on male side, if that makes sense.
Well, we
I,
may allegedly see Wanda uh on
We
the show. Allegedly when they
yeah.
were in was it New Orleans for the Mardi Gras, she was the Grand Marshal, Tisha.
that was
Right. That is nowhere. You can't find it in no record books.
What?
That
that was
wasn't New Orleans.
Her
That was
being
in
the grand
Alabama.
marshal.
right. That was in Alabama. We gonna see
Was
Wanda.
it? Oh, that's right. Not
Right.
New Orleans.
Yeah.
It was, I think, Mobile or Montgomery somewhere.
Right.
But
We'll
yeah,
see
Wanda was there.
Wanda. We'll see Wanda at the either that if they show that,
Or the
or
Expo.
at the Black Expo.
Expo.
Wanda was there at the Expo.
They didn't have her cooking.
No, she had a booth. She had a booth.
Right.
She had
That's what
some
I'm saying. She
seasoning.
wasn't. She wasn't cooking. She wasn't. They didn't have her bringing those potatoes.
No,
No,
you
she
can't
was
bring
selling
that
her
in.
seasoning.
There was someone
Her
Right.
else there
seasoning.
cooking.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
And
great.
Destiny was there with her Madani oil.
She was. What you guys think about Destiny? That lady that runs her fan page is weird as heck. The lady posted a picture of Destiny's backside today, and she made this post talking about, this is on Instagram, F. Carlos King or something else. I won't be watching until I see I think she said until I see the episode with Destiny and Wanda. So it seems like she has some knowledge of Destiny may be making an appearance because Destiny like
Maybe the expo. Maybe
The
the
Expo
expo.
when she got into it with Chris Fletcher at Martell's event, his
yeah.
Yeah,
event.
But
but
didn't they edit her out of that event?
They've been editing her out of the whole season because I could have sworn I saw a picture of her at Kimmy's event,
Oh
that
really?
pink event. I could have sworn I saw her take a picture with them when they had that event, but who knows?
Because I
Yeah.
didn't expect to see her in the episode with the expo. I don't expect to see her there.
Well, she was there though.
Hmm.
So
Yeah, she
Yeah,
was
she was
there.
there.
yeah, she was
She
there.
was
She had a booth
there.
set up.
If production splice and split, you may not see her.
Yeah, you may not see it, and you may. I could see
Yeah, as
Carlos
well as
throwing
you may.
her.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could see Carlos throwing her in there just to try to not act like him letting her go was so bad. But
well,
I,
not with her friend saying kissing her at ASS. He ain't gonna do that because he got pride too.
yeah. Well, he made a point. I did watch a little bit of his video with Kimmy that he did last night, that he uploaded last night. And he was talking about how proud he was of Kimmy sharing her story. And I do believe this part. He stated that he knows, and he was talking to a couple other people, that Kimmy was not the first African American woman on reality TV that has faced the challenge of breast cancer, but she was the only one that was, let her story be filmed. And he
Yeah.
said, and with that, if he had someone like Kimmy that was giving her all, that's why he didn't have a problem with firing people. So when he said
Yeah.
that, that let me know that maybe Destiny was indeed fired. So we shall
Right.
see. You know,
Yeah.
we
Well,
shall.
what was Destiny bringing to the show? She could never tell anything, so she needed to be fired.
Drama with Mel.
And he even said that even when Kimmy was sick, she would still show up and do her part, and other people didn't want to do their part and stuff like that. So yeah, it 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 states something without actually saying it. It says a lot without actually, saying anything. And yeah.
Mhm. Let me read Patricia's comment real quick. First, to the 921 that's watching, thank you guys so much. Last I checked, we had 800 likes. I'm happy, but if you guys could click like, that would be great. Patricia put, in my opinion, Carlos is escorting Martell on these interviews because he doesn't want Martell to give too much information about the upcoming season of Real Housewives of Atlanta. Most of the questions is about his role on RHOA. And I believe that he should have done his little press run this week, and he did say this, that it was because of the 100th episode. But we know every step of the way he was there for Mr. Martell. So I do believe that as well. Both could be true. Great point, Patricia. What do
What?
you guys think about the episode? We got about 30 more minutes. I want to try to touch on this with you guys. Anonymous, you still sleep?
She
Anonymous.
is.
Okay, I'm gonna start.
Don't
Let her
do my friend like that.
y'all
Wake
wake
up,
up.
Anonymous.
Don't y'all wake her up. Let her get her
Mm-mm, let us
rest.
sleep.
She been
I
fighting for a
Oh, I
couple of
hear
days.
you
Been
guys in
fighting.
the background.
I
Kitty,
was
Kitty,
There she go. There
bang.
she go.
Anonymous, I was about to mute you so you can continue to get your rest, man. But
Well,
what
no,
do you
I was
guys
just
think about?
hearing you guys. I was just hearing each person's perspective. I think everybody's giving their viewpoint about what's going on. So I was just listening, really.
Did you have anything to add before we go to the next topic?
I do want to say this, and I kind of noticed this on some of the heated paddles I've been on.
Anonymous,
I'm
you have
very I'm
feeling back.
very disturbed with the level of hate
Mm,
people are exhibiting to Melody Cherie
mm,
because she decided in a civilized way to
mm,
end a dysfunctional marriage
Yeah,
with
mm.
Green Rash Fungus Hotel.
Ooh, not
not
green
the
grass.
fungus, child.
The
Go ahead.
fungus.
Yeah, put my banner up.
Lord have mercy. Hold on, y'all.
Yeah, get it out there. We're ready to go.
Child. Go ahead, Anonymous.
Um, I think this is the thing that I've noticed, and I noticed that, and Maritha and the rest of them, y'all have seen it too. And Pretty Brown Eyes, you've been in, I wouldn't say fights, but or talks with others. I think this is
Go
why
ahead and
we're
say fights.
having,
Yes, fights.
yeah, we're having toxic relationships. I've noticed, and I noticed that even with Hotel with Melody. In my opinion, allegedly, he's mad that his mother and father abandoned him when he was young. He's mad that his grandmother, who probably wasn't very literate, she might have been a sharecropper, raised her, raised him. And I think what happens is this is the other thing I'm concerned about. Just because you came through mess doesn't mean the next person you have a relationship with is the cause of what happened.
Right.
And that's where I think we're dealing with the mental illness and mental disorder. Um, you know, I think therapy is a good thing to help or talking to somebody. But Melody didn't do anything to these people. But they have such a hatred for her because she decided to leave a dumb illiterate jock who would put his whole family at risk just to have sex with anybody, whether it be a dog, cat, orangutan, a peasant, you name it,
Allegedly. Go ahead.
allegedly. Just to be a star of Love and Marriage Huntsville.
Yeah.
Um,
Mm,
I was concerned what he was doing on Real Housewives of Atlanta. A young lady was coming in, they showing the clips, just to cook, for them. And he was thinking that he needed to have a threesome
he
with
sure
sex.
did. I remember that.
That, to me, what I'm disturbed about, and again, like I said, allegedly, I'm just saying, is it seems like a lot of people think that Black people need to have immoral and derogatory behavior to be in a marriage.
And stay in abuse. Because that's
No, 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 no. Um, we say it, whether it be white people, Black people, Asians, you name it. Every person has a right to end a contract or marriage or anything, and
that.
self-preservation. That's the word.
That's
But
that.
just because she decided to leave bondage, these people want her to stay in bondage.
Yeah.
It scares me because they wouldn't. Then they get mad. Well, I don't want to stay in bondage. They should have known. She should have known he was going to do this, and she should have stopped him. I said, you and I know a person, and I was a little disturbed that they were treating a 40-year-old man like he was 10 years old.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
He's not. He's an adult.
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
has to. He has to know right from wrong, whether we like it or not. You got to know right from wrong when you reach the late age of 18, unless you are mentally off. Okay. You
And you
gotta
need it.
know right from wrong. And he knew right from wrong. He just didn't care.
He didn't
He didn't
care.
care.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I said, people are like, well, why did she stay back? She was asked to stay by her counsel because she was trying to get um, uh, the $30 million, in my opinion, allegedly, the $30 million deal for 47 acres for generational wealth. And she was thinking, okay, this guy isn't this stupid. He isn't going to um, leave his family, even though he don't like us, me or the children. He likes the money.
Mm.
He'll
Well,
stay for the money at least.
and I'm gonna let you finish, but let me interject
Yeah,
real.
go ahead.
My opinion, she stayed because she loved him, and there's nothing wrong with that. I don't think for one second. I mean, the money may have played a part in her thinking about her future, but make no mistake about it, Mel loved her husband, and she said that herself. There's nothing wrong with that. She was his wife. She was married
Mm-hmm.
to him, and she tried to give him
Yeah.
time to get his shit together, and he,
Correct.
you know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
because he told her that he was going to stop. He told her, and
yeah,
and a lot of people, and he's suave. I'm not going to say he's not.
and he tried.
Yeah,
Even he said that he tried. He was unsuccessful because that desire was greater than what he was in.
and
Um,
that's why I said I think he's dealing with mental illness.
yeah,
There's
He
something that's
tried, but he
happening to
stopped
him.
trying because he literally told Mel that he was not going to quit.
yeah. Yeah, he absolutely stopped trying. He didn't think, you know what I mean? Because her pattern up until that point was giving him a chance to get himself together, giving him a chance. Year 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's what he was banking on. That
When
5
she
was gonna turn
right.
into 10, 10 was gonna turn into 15. And she left him. But
Yeah.
yeah, she lost her husband. Nothing
Well,
wrong.
she had to. I mean, the thing is, I think she left him allegedly, in my opinion, because she was going to end up on Snap.
Right. Right.
He
There's
tried to
so
Remember
much
force
abuse.
her.
I'm
remember
just
she
saying, there's
said,
so much abuse a woman or a man will take
yeah.
where you get to the point where it's too much. So she
Mm-hmm.
civilly, and we all can do this. Every person can do this. Use the courts to get out of a toxic relationship.
Yeah.
And I don't think she should be punished by our Black community who lives in dysfunction, it looks like to me. Not everybody, but a good portion do. Because she
Mm-hmm.
decided in a civilized way to end a toxic relationship.
Right.
Yeah.
Remember when she said that he had her going to people's doors at 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning?
No.
Yeah.
She said that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Going to wars for what?
To
When they
be there.
were
He
Mm.
went
when
to
they were
confront.
married.
Confronting
I can't
coleslaw and
hear.
different
One
women.
at
Yes.
a time. One at a time.
Yeah, when they were married. Yeah, Melody said, that he had her going to doors, literally, I guess, looking for him or maybe getting ready to fight or something like that.
No, she
Yeah,
went to
because of
He
Coleslaw's
went to
house.
Slaw's house.
Right. She went
That
to Coleslaw's house. Yeah,
right.
she discussed that.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah.
like he
Mhm.
literally tried to force her into an open marriage, to
Yeah.
accept an open marriage, and she said no.
Yeah.
Mm, mm,
Yep, and
mm.
she should not. Anonymous, you're right. Let me before I say this. Thank you, Miss J, for the cash app, and Daphne. Thank you guys so much for the cash app. Anonymous, you're right. Sometimes I think could it be self hatred? Because why would you want somebody to stay in that? Why would you blame them for leaving? And that's what I did not understand when it came to her own castmates that are women, because
Mhm.
even if you didn't experience this personally, you can feel, you should be able to feel and understand what she was going through. So not only does she not have the support of the majority of the public, these Black women that want to go back. I saw comments just yesterday. Y'all can say what y'all want to. This is on Instagram. I want them back together. I just want,
Mm-mm.
that's telling this girl you basically want her life to be over. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-mm.
Something was literally killing her inside. Why would you want that back? Because they look good. I think
Mm.
they look
Mm-mm.
excellent. They looked excellent, great.
Back in the
Perfect.
past, they looked excellent. But I think what this is the thing I was telling you, Chit Chat. It was time for that relationship to end.
For sure.
She
And
could look good with somebody new.
no,
Right.
I understand that, but just it's to me, it's like Sodom and Gomorrah.
Wait. Don't let me let this hang in the air. I
Go
thought
ahead.
they looked good in quotation marks. I'm not saying that I wanted them to stay together. Go ahead, Anonymous.
No, and I know you did. I'm just saying. Remember at the Destin trip, we were like, okay, they're at least going to co-parent.
Yes.
But what happened was, I think they weren't equally yoked. Okay, you
Never.
can tell they weren't, and even as it relates to co-parenting. So what has to happen is the court, in my opinion, allegedly has to help them set boundaries so they can effectively co-parent. The relationship and Hotel, if you're hearing this, is over with Melody. It is never going back. You've done too much harm to her. Her eyes are open now. She didn't know what love bombing was, in my opinion, allegedly. She knows it now. Okay. She's a wiser woman. And she's also knows that it's like Ecclesiastics 3. There was a season for their marriage, and that season has ended. That's it.
Yeah. I
And
so
and she shouldn't be hated by us black people in community, even if we have dysfunctional relationships or not, because she chose life for herself and self-preservation. So
yeah.
if I have to get on every damn panel, excuse my French, to speak up for my sorority sister to say that she can civilly leave a toxic relationship and has a right to do it, I will.
Yep, I agree. And not only male, because we know we don't even have to bring up statistics. We know this is not isolated. You know what I mean? Male as well as other women, when they get to the point where they've had enough, they should leave. And that should be celebrated. Now, had
Right.
it been the other way around, and Mel's the one out there carrying on a 5-year affair and all of that, and Martell left her, they would be cheering him. So
Mm-hmm.
I think it's self hatred. Sometimes we can, as black women, be our own worst enemies, and that's just how it is. But it shows, like I said, even when it comes to the cast members, Kimmy, Destiny, Tisha, especially Destiny. Her and Mel went through a divorce at the same time, and it's been said that some of the same things could have been going on, and Destiny didn't even have, I don't even want to say pity, empathy, something. It's crazy to me.
Well,
Well,
Chit
you
Chat,
can
you
say
know what I
that.
think?
You
I'll
can
wait
say
after you,
that.
Go
Marita.
ahead, pretty
I'll wait.
brown ass, and next after pretty brown ass Marita. Go
Well,
ahead.
I think as far as the cast goes, it's like even from season one, they looked at her like she was a mean girl. She had the business. She had the license. She was the it girl. It's almost like they wanted to see her fail, so they didn't empathize with her because they wanted to see her suffer. Kimmy thought she was bougie. Tisha thought she was a mean girl, and the rest of them felt like the guys felt like, hey, she's stopping us from making this money because without her builder's license, Holton Holt is no more. So it's like they all had personal reasons why they couldn't empathize with her,
Mm-hmm.
for any level, and it's like even now, I have yet to see any of them empathize or say, hey, you know, okay, the only time Kimmy kind of did when she was like, I'm not going to invite Martell because Martell confirmed that Maurice was with the linebackers. But now she's back saying, oh, he's a nice and he
Yeah,
misses his family.
Hmm.
But you
yeah,
seen what he did. Y'all had to pull him off of that girl every chance he got. When they rode up on those motorcycle cars or whatever in Vegas, Martell went way over there where she was and started that fight with her
I did.
because he was mad that she wouldn't ride in the car with him and wouldn't talk to him. He gaslit her from the minute she came.
Yeah.
And Destiny was right there jealous because when Mel came, Well, before she was there, everybody, when's Mel coming? When's Mel coming? And then
Right.
when she comes, she's taking all of the spotlight, and now it's like they're mad that she's there, but they want her there because it's like everybody wants to hang around the cool girl until the cool girl shows up and gets all of the attention from everybody.
Yeah. And you know what, Pretty Brown Eyes, just by you breaking it down like that, first, let me say thank you so much, Anthony. I appreciate it. Thank you for the super chat. Sending love and support right back to you, bro. Pretty Brown Eyes, with you breaking it down like that, we have never really seen a scene, and that was like a tongue twister, on Love in Huntsville of the ladies just rallying behind Mel, other than when she had that scene with Martell when they were sitting outside that restaurant and she let them know she's not checking for that period. When she teared up and all of that. But it would have been nice to see I wouldn't care if it would have been a pajama party or something intimate when it comes to the ladies just sitting back and showing support to this
Mhm.
sister that's going through this. We've never seen that on the show, and that speaks volumes to me.
Yes.
It
They'd
truly
They
rather kick
needed
her
us
does.
to
while
be
she
there,
was
chit chat.
down. They'd
It
rather
truly does.
kick her down. They'd rather let her stay down and kick her
Yeah,
down and laugh like, yeah, you think you all of that. Now look at you.
yeah,
That's it seems like that's the type of attitude they have. And now they're even more mad, or in Coleslaw's words, double sick, because even after all of that, she has
she's
a bigger house than what she had before
period.
when y'all was real mad. And
Yep,
she's doing it all without a man. They
doing it
can't
solo.
even conduct a meeting
Right.
without a man.
Yeah. Doing it solo. You absolutely right. Yeah, I would have liked to see that. We've all had support systems, hopefully. And maybe sometimes we haven't, but I can remember times sitting down with my girlfriend while she's crying, or vice versa, after a breakup, or you know what I mean? Just
Mm-hmm.
support. So yeah, that speaks volumes. Go ahead, Maritha.
But I tell you, for someone to have a dark soul, a cold heart, they need her.
Yep.
Sure
They
do.
need her, and they don't understand. Mel went through so much the first 5 seasons of this show. And they still don't understand why she's the way she is. They honestly think that she's supposed to be okay. She's supposed to be cool with them. I noticed when she walked in the meeting that they were having. How Tisha, I mean, how could you just go up and hug someone that has a dark soul? And the way that Mel is doing them now, they can't take it. And it's
Right.
hurting them. And they don't, and Mel had to go through everything that she's gone through with these people. She had to go through that to get to where she is now.
Right,
And
Maritha. You're
they
absolutely right.
and they don't understand the anointing that's over her life. And when I watched at that meeting how Tisha couldn't even conduct the meeting. It wasn't even about her speech. She wasn't prepared for her own meeting. Just like Tisha said, Kimmy said, she wasn't prepared for her own meeting. And
Yeah.
truth be told, Kimmy and Tisha don't even like each other.
Kimmy made that clear that she wouldn't be Tisha's friend if she wasn't her sister-in-law.
And you can see it. The first, this is the fourth episode, the third episode. You can see Tisha, Mel was asked to do the party, and she made it known how I thank you, Mel, that you gave me my space, and when you did come over, I didn't have to babysit you. I didn't have to call you every 5-10 minutes. I didn't have to call and check on you when it should have been. It's just like Tisha is a needy person, and how her husband just, even at the meeting, how he was throwing her under the bus, and how he was looking. I was watching the way he was looking at Tisha.
Hmm.
He was looking at Tisha like, girl, sit down somewhere. You really don't have the sense that you want everybody to think that you have. And
Who,
women, and
Maritha
then
or Marceau? Maritha.
Marceau,
Oh,
Okay. Go ahead.
Marceau, the way he was looking at Tisha. And then, I remember when I was a little girl, and you know how you sit by the window and listen at grown people talk and stuff like
Yeah.
that, and and how my mom them used to have pokino parties and pity pat parties, and you would hear these women, talk, and you hear other women say, "Girl, I leave him," and then you hear the other women say, "Child, you need to go on and stay with that man." And this is what the mentality that I see that some people have. They don't care what Martell has done to Mel. They
Mm,
don't care about her feelings at all. Anybody who tell this woman, "Oh, y'all look okay," they did look good together, but that was in the past.
yeah.
She looked
Keyword
good with
look.
somebody else.
Right. Looks can be deceiving, and they were. Go ahead.
Exactly, and they were deceiving. When Mel told them people at the reunion last year, when she said never me, I ain't gonna never be y'all friend. I ain't gonna never do work. I ain't gonna never work with y'all. I ain't never gonna be in I'm gonna be in the same space with you, but it's gonna be under conditions conducive to me.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe that every female is doing with everybody is a not a want to. It's not even a have to. It's just I'm just gonna do it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm just gonna do it.
Yeah.
And this for me, this show is not even triggering for me anymore. It's just it's like on his last leg now. It's like
Mm,
worn out pair of sneakers need to be
yeah.
thrown away.
You know what I think? I agree. It's like, and I think we talked about this in my members only live the other night. Naturally, I all of us started off liking the show, I would think, and here we are. I The only enjoyment that I really get is seeing Mel bossed up in their face. Period. So I
Mhm.
enjoy that. No matter what they all try to do, she's come out victorious. Now I do want to read this comment from Valerie, and then I have a second question about Miss Van, something that I read today that I wasn't aware of. I want to know if you guys heard about it. But Valerie put, I thank God for Miss Van for covering her daughter during this season in her daughter's life. As a mom, I know Miss Van cried many a night with her child, covering her in prayer. Yes, thank God for Miss Van. Now, this is what I read on, I don't know, maybe Facebook or something earlier today, and I wasn't aware of this. Somebody said, because we know Mel left with nothing, okay? Nothing. And somebody said that Miss Van sold a property and gave Mel the money from that so she can start rebuilding. Did you guys ever
I
hear?
Yeah,
heard
I
that.
heard that.
Yes, she
It
said
was
that in an
done.
interview.
It was in the show Styles and Spirits interview with Vanessa. She
She
Okay.
said,
didn't allude to the fact that she gave it to Melody, but she talked about some timber, some land that sold timber, and she was going to give it to the Holtz, her daughter and Martell. But she kind of alluded to the fact that she did sell it. And I believe that was the startup money that helped Melody get back on her feet.
Back on
I
her feet.
agree.
It
Because
Yeah,
she
she
said it
did
was
say
her
that.
blessing to bless somebody else.
And you know what was amazing? Y'all saw the picture of Melody giving her mother, buying her mother a car.
yeah,
Mhm.
She's a good daughter. She knew
absolutely.
where her mother had it. And this is the thing I was going to tell you guys this chit chat. So kind of we talked about this a little bit in other panels. Everybody thinks Melody needs to go to Hollywood or other places. No,
But that's how it goes.
no, it's a little different. I think she knows there's a gold mine in Alabama.
No, when I interviewed, well, not interviewed her, but when she was having content creators up on her live, and
Uh-huh.
I asked her that, and she said that is definitely a goal. She said
Yeah,
that.
but I think she will have a house there.
Respond. Let me respond. She said
Okay.
that she remembers one of the big time executives from OWN saying the same thing. She did say she want to be bi-coastal. So I'm sure that she may want to stay in Alabama, but she did say that she sees herself in Hollywood. And there's
No,
nothing,
I do. I agree with that. But
yeah.
I think the thing is, this is what I was going to say beforehand. There's a reason why she has the billboard in Huntsville. There's a reason why she got her builder's license renewed. People don't realize wealth is created by owning land. It's land. The gold mine, why everybody's attacking her, the devil is attacking her with her ex-husband and everybody else. It's that land. She gets it. And one thing I'm happy, and the reason why is I live in the Midwest. Many companies are moving from the Midwest to Huntsville, Alabama, because of the lower costs. It's the land that will help her get generational wealth. Now, I do believe she will have an opportunity to be in Hollywood, have many homes. But the reason why they're attacking her is because they don't want, and it's sad though, a lot of people, not us, but people think that to build, you have to be a man only. Melody is breaking that stereotype with her stilettos and what she's doing. It is not a man's world when it comes to building. She's showing a Black woman who is intelligent can build as well and be very successful with it.
Yeah.
But people who are misogynists and chauvinists don't want to see a Black woman like she is, who is beautiful and a Southern belle, do it. So there's an attack on her for it.
Yeah.
Chit
And
chat.
that's why I said she's smart enough. I think what she's going to realize is the best way she's going to be able to be successful is by diversification of her businesses.
Yeah,
She's
she's
going to have her hands in a lot of things.
right.
So when the season of the business is going, she can, get the surplus because it might be a downturn. So
Right.
that's why I know with her, they were like, well, why she needs to leave? I said, it's not the leaving. And that might be one of the reasons why she still wants to do joint custody because she understands it's that land in Huntsville, Alabama, and the other parts.
She can still buy the land and move if that's what she want to
No,
do.
I mean, I know she could move, but she'll have a footprint
Yeah.
there.
Well,
That's all I'm saying.
She
yeah.
already got the
Yeah,
land.
that's what I was just gonna say. She got the land, she got the footprint, she's doing all the necessary things. My opinion, personally, I feel like she's too big of a talent, and she feels this way herself for Huntsville. And there's nothing wrong with her uh 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 breaking ground or putting her mark wherever. You know what I mean? I think this world is big enough for wherever she wants to go. She can invest right there in Huntsville and move somewhere else. I agree with you. And hey, Keontae, I agree with you that she does want to co-parent, and she's made that clear. But we know the road that Mr. Man has taken her down that may change that to full custody. Real quickly, in response to you too, Anonymous, and you are absolutely right. How a lot of people feel like it's a lot of things that women can't do, and only men can do it. There's only one thing for me that a woman can't do that a man can, and that's actually pull out the member that's attached
Take
to
a baby.
them and do that. Other than that, a woman could do anything. You know what I mean?
That's right.
Yeah, great,
Chit
great
chat.
points. Uh-huh.
Miss Van in an interview, I don't know about the interview about the show and style or whatever, but in another interview, she did specifically say that she sold some land and gave the money to Melody. Melody was able to make a great return on the investment. They later on went and joint purchased a piece of land together. I think it's 30 acres that they got, that they own,
Mm-hmm.
she and Miss Van. But yeah, they after she gave Melody the money, Melody did whatever, she flipped it, made it back, and then they went and bought some more land.
And been going and going and going. That was all
Mhm.
God and Miss Van as a mama. Okay. And it just shows the difference again. You look at Betty, who is encouraging nonsense when it comes to her daughter versus another woman. You look at Wanda doing the same thing and running through parking lots and all of that. There is a big difference. And when I spoke to Ms. Van, I thanked her for being a positive representation of what we want to see on TV when it comes to not only a black woman, but a black mother. So,
That's right.
I mean,
And grandmother.
shout out to the 1,000 in the chat. I appreciate you guys. If you're in the bushes, please hit the like button. We are going to go over, and thank you so much, Anonymous, for that.
And
Let's see.
I'm
Chit
gonna
chat.
say something real quick and drop down so somebody else can come up. Y'all asked why, or y'all expressed disappointment in the other women on the show not rallying around Melody. The
Uh,
reason why they can't do that is because it will cause problems with their men. They will catch smoke from their men when they do that. So that's the reason why they don't.
and they have to lesser, if I'm saying that correctly. Lord help me. I've been talking about Tisha like a dog. They have to lessen themselves or downplay themselves to build their men up. And yeah, it's just sad though. Like I
Mhm.
Yeah,
said,
I don't like that. That's
But good
pitiful.
night,
Good,
ladies. Y'all have a good
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 evening.
night.
Enjoy the
night,
rest of the
Bad
panel.
Apple. Good night. Thank you so much. We don't
I
have
will tell you this.
going on
Can I
3 hours, so
can I say this? Yeah, and then I'm gonna drop down too,
we
too.
gonna wrap it on up. Go ahead, Red Ann.
The same way that the men on the show are pretty much their brother's keeper. They've displayed that throughout the seasons. They would have their little spats and then they will come back together. But they have proven and shown that they are their brother's keepers.
Yep.
But the ladies on the show cannot display that they are their sister's keeper.
Mm.
You know, they are sorors. You ladies represent D9 organizations, whether it's different organizations, you're still a part of that divine
Sisterhood.
nine. Absolutely, it's a sisterhood. And for you to carry on like this, and that's the reason why I say, there's a younger audience that actually watches this show than what you think. And the way that you carry yourselves sometimes could potentially be the reason for a young lady to say, no, I don't want to be a part of that sisterhood if that's how they treat each other on TV or not. You have to have some level of saying, no, I can't do this, or no, I can't do that. This is my sister. I can't do it. But
Well,
they
when
can't.
Melody tried to, uh, I think production probably made her go back in there when she was leaving and talk to them and say, hey, this is not what we want as black women, business women. We should want to portray ourselves better. They were all fussing and fighting, and then when she said that, they all joined again against Melody to make it like, oh, we're okay. We don't need to change how we act. We just want to act like this. So it's like, yeah, it should be a sisterhood, but they're not going to be on her side no matter whether she's right or wrong. They're going to be against her just for the sake of being against her, in my
Just
opinion.
And that
principle.
says something about your character. That says something about who you are. Because we come on these lives and we talk about the show, but we still have a level of respect for one another when we're on these panels and we're talking. So it's a matter of character
Mm-hmm.
at the end of the day. It is about who you are and what has been instilled in you.
Well, speaking of what was instilled at that meeting when Tisha's Expo meeting, remember when Mel asked her about the money, and then every time Mel tried to speak, Tisha kept speaking over her. It's like she wants to be like, I'm at the head of the table. This is my meeting. This is my scene. That's the way she came off. Like she didn't want Melody to pretty much take over the comeback meeting as she's
Well,
always done
and that's
in
my
prior
point.
seasons.
And that's my point. And I was on another content creators live, and when Wanda was on there and Anonymous, was trying to give her
Got shut
perspective, but
down when she got shut down.
right, yes. So I was just listening to the commentary and the back and forth and everything. And, she said that, everybody wants to, dislike her daughter and hate her and all this kind of stuff. But the thing is, we're not blind. We see whether it's edit, and if it is edit, well, you should have a problem with edit, not bail, because
It's not
they're
it.
making your daughter look like a angry black woman who
Hmm.
doesn't have a forgiving bone in her body. And when you carry yourself in that manner, whether you're a businesswoman or not, whether you're a black businesswoman or you're not, you're gonna exude that ugliness and that hatred no matter where you go. And that's the reason why you will not be able to prosper the way that you feel like you should.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Again, it's so sad. Welcome, Hannah Grace. Now, Hannah, I was about to end, but you know I'm not about to end with you clicking the link. Hey, Hannah Grace.
Hey, how's it going, chit chat and panel?
Going good. It's going
Hey,
good.
Hi, Hannah.
Hey, y'all had so many good topics tonight, so I've been listening.
You have been listening. Well, great. I'm glad that you are up here. And yeah, we can chat for a little longer. What are
Okay.
your thoughts, Hannah Grace, on everything that we've been discussing?
Yeah, my main concern is that these people that always talking about finding every little nitpicky thing that they can find to make Mel look like she a bad person. Case in point, that chat today that one of the content creators did, and anonymous, it was on there, and it was a man on there that was basically saying that Melody, since she prayed, well, no, it was a lady who was saying, since she prayed for since she told Martell she was going to pray for him, it's like she was being acting tit for tat or something. I don't know, I just did not understand the mentality, but
Leading him on.
yes, stupid stuff like that. And they will find anything that they can. So I don't understand. But my point is Melody has gone through a whole lot. And we all can go down the line. But the most important things to me is that, she don't get to see her kids every day. And people sit back and find just nitpicky stuff to blame her. Like, okay, yes, she did go back to her husband on several occasions. So what? Y'all ain't saying nothing about this coleslaw lady that's been going back and forth with this man and wasn't married to him. She was
Mm,
married to him. So I don't blame her for that at all.
mhm.
And
That's
I
right.
don't see how anyone could find fault in that. And I know at some point, yes, you do have to look at cut your losses when they, and that's exactly what she did. Give her
Hmm.
the, just let her you use that, say that, instead of, well, she should have left a long time ago. Well, she knew he was cheating on, and she still had a baby. Again, I say, so what? So
Yeah.
it's so many different things. But this custody case, I'm thinking that that document seems to be authentic. I know there's people that don't believe it's authentic. I don't know, but I guess time will tell. But and Martell, he needs to. I think he's being very, very vindictive now when he didn't want those kids on social media. And I know as there are some pros and cons to having the kids on TV. But
Mhm.
if you have a business like Mel has a business and she wants to promote her daughter's, well, would she name the brand after her daughter or whatever I don't I don't know what her actual business plan was when it deals with that, but she was using Sugar Mama to promote that product, and that was a great product. See, Martell, he trying to do low down things. It's gonna
Mhm.
backfire on him soon, I hope, because what he did was low down. It was no reason why he should try to prevent the kids from coming on to social media. People on social media all the time, but I can see pros and cons to both of it. But again, Martell, he's going to pay for this, and it because it's just unnecessary. And what else were we talking about?
He trying to stop that bag, but he never had an issue when Martell was doing,
He was
what is it, a plane
benefiting.
ride to Canada or something.
Yeah.
That was never an issue.
Yeah.
I
Right.
think
So
he didn't.
what is the big issue now? I mean, he's vindictive. He's being very vindictive, and he's just out to hurt.
'Cause
And
he's
then he
broke.
goes and send her 10 dozen roses. He can't be too broke when you going around. Just I don't know. I don't know the man's
He
pocketbook. But
borrowed it from Carlos.
He's unlikable and nobody is going to support him no matter what he does.
Yep.
Correct.
He wants to stop Melody from making any
Right.
money, but
Mhm.
I
Right.
don't think she needs her kids on social media to make money.
Yeah.
Nope.
And
well,
that's
it's not a need.
he's so foolish at, hindsight again is 2020. But any product Martell would have released had he still been married to Mel would have been sold out, just like her product. Any the
Mhm.
little pamphlet, that's what I call it, a pamphlet. It wasn't a book. That little plane ride to Canada, the little cooking thing, whatever he tried to do.
Coloring book.
Fine, yes. Everything would have been sold out. So he mentioned Favor last night and how it's slowly coming back or whatever. And it's like, yeah, it's not.
Mm-mm.
You are
Mm-mm.
still in an active
Mm-mm.
court case with
Mm-mm.
your ex wife over something that I'll never forget how he said it to Nell when he sat down with Nell and Chris Fletcher. Well, what if it is 20? He wasn't even too sure. You
Right.
know, he was really trying to ask her opinion, but the way he said it let me know it was a made up 20 number
Number.
like he always
Mhm.
used. And you will never win playing dirty like that, ever.
And,
And you keep
and you know
playing with
what's going to
God.
backfire on him too is when if this judgment is authentic, he's he said he need Mel have to give him the first what I can't remember the terminology, but basically she got to call him if she needs to go out of town or whatever. This stuff gonna backfire on him because he gonna need to do that way before she needs to, in my opinion, because he would.
Oh,
And then
you
the other thing, he was using
you
Sheree
mean him being her
first,
first option?
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever. I mean, the things that he put into that settlement case, or I mean custody case, he didn't. I don't think he thought all that stuff through. If it's authentic, because a lot of the stuff is just too strenuous and too taxing for a parent to have to go through.
Mm-hmm.
Because you know how he liked to put the kids on social media.
Yeah.
So I don't know, but anyway, I wish the best for Melody, and she seemed like she's having a heart. Well, she's doing the best she can under the circumstances. But I
Mm-hmm.
think that because Martell keep on doing this dirty stuff, it's gonna all backfire on him, and we
Yeah.
just continue to lift her up and continue to do these speak out on lives like this because we just have to support her and women like her because, like she said, he's not the only one going through this stuff
Yeah.
like this because you got a lot of people out here like y'all was talking about Letitia them and how they did not rally with
Mm-hmm.
her and all of this
Mm-mm.
crabs in the bucket. I don't like to use that terminology, but everybody trying to get one up on the other and bring somebody else down. That's what it seemed like. But now they seem like they're trying to get it back together just because they think this show is going to end. But that's all I have to say, chit chat. And it's a great show you had tonight. Everybody had great points and everything. And I will be back for members only.
Yes, can't wait for members only live this week. We'll continue on with, well, maybe I'll put up a new topics post so we can know. But again, throughout the week, anything you guys want to discuss, we'll definitely do that. And you know what, Hannah, before you go, and touching on Anonymous, slanging and banging out in these YouTube streets for mail, so admirable. But this is my thing. These people that saying all of this about Mel are no different than Coleslaw and Martell. They both thought Mel would fail. Coleslaw came out and said, "Yeah, who's sleeping on air mattresses now?" and all of that. It wasn't just the two of them, even though they were the reason why she left. It's a lot of people that feel like you should stay in misery. It's a lot of people that left and their lives haven't been able to progress like Mel has, and it's jealousy. If you ask me, nobody in their right mind will tell her she should go back. Nobody. I just don't get
I
it.
agree.
Or find fault in her leaving. You know what I'm saying? Or however long it took her to leave, she left, and it is what it is. But
Mm.
great comments, Hannah. I thank you. We are going to swing up to the top. And Hannah, did you want to talk about anything else? Because I'm definitely not rushing you. So if you wanted to touch on the spa day, you can do that. And then after that, we're going to swing back up from top to bottom. Oh, before we swing up, we're going to get Gloria. But go ahead, Hannah. Anything else?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, in the other narrative that these people have is that even though Martell was a horrible husband, I was husband, husband, he, he was a great father. Y'all, I just cannot, I can't with that. But I know there's people that think like that. But in my opinion, Martell is not a great father. He's using those kids for his own self gratification and his own selfish needs. That's just me now. I could be wrong about that, but that's all I want to say about that. But the spa, I think everybody hit on that. Where Tiffany, to me, she was out of line, and I'm glad Mel did get up. But I did kind of disagree with Pretty Brown Eyes when she said that the producers probably made her go back in there and do something. I don't think so. I think Mel is just trying to get peace, and she wanted to make sure that she left in a good spot and just didn't let them, just didn't want to leave without saying goodbye and giving them encouraging words because.
Yeah.
She say the producers don't really make them do anything. So that's all I want to say about that.
Great point. I didn't even hear Pretty Brown Eyes say that, but yeah, I don't think they made her go back in there either, Hannah. I
Because that
think
could
that,
possibly, yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm
yeah, no,
sorry.
I was just saying that, that's the respectable thing to do. If you
Right.
left out to go get dressed, you already told them you were leaving, and we are in the midst of trying to rebuild or whatever we can do to
Mm-hmm.
salvage this show. So why would I
Mm-hmm.
not go back in there? You know what I mean? So they can be talking about
Right.
that 2 more
And
years.
they wouldn't be able to then come back and change the narrative and create
Right,
a crazy storyline that she just up and left, and that was rude.
right, right. And
Yeah.
Stormy had already tried it by saying, "Oh, it's good. No, this was good. No, it wasn't. You took it to a
Mm-hmm.
ghetto, ratchet,
Level.
which made people uncomfortable because even Kiki said it wasn't supposed to be like this." And
Mm-hmm.
Stormy just does not see that. So, yeah, great points, Hannah. Gloria Strickland, go ahead, Gloria.
Hello, chit chat and everyone.
Oh,
Hey.
Did anybody see Kimmy and Carlos
I saw parts of it, about 30
towards the end? It's really good. Kimmy spoke how the Scots are like scrambling. They struggling on the show when Mel just flow on the show. It was so good.
Did she say?
Carlos Carlos made a point as if Tisha got problems. He said to Kimmy, he said, "Do you know Tisha texted him and asked him, Carlos, I heard you were talking about Marcel." He was like, Tisha.
Mm.
Tisha is crazy. She is obsessed with this marriage and Marcel.
She tried to check Carlos.
She did it. With him and Kimmy. Kimmy don't like Tisha. She spoke on the issue that they was having. She told Carlos that it made everything, hard. Sunday dinners and all of this and all of that. So that's
Wow.
huh?
No, I was just saying, wow, I'm gonna have to
I'm
finish
gonna
it.
have to go and watch it now
Yeah, it was
because
it
at
was
first
really
I was.
good. And Carlos didn't want to make her feel no type of way by saying Mel was the it girl, but Kimmy was like, yes,
Mm-hmm.
Mel is. And then The other part was when they had the meeting. Y'all saw Marcel shake Mel hand instead of giving her a hug like he did
Yes.
everybody else.
Yeah, yeah. She probably preferred it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I believe that. I do. But
yeah.
Tisha, I don't know what they're gonna do with her, but it's kind of sad.
Well, you know what? That's a very good word that you just said as far as obsessed with her marriage, because she even said something telling last night, and it'll be in my video as well. But when she said that, oh, I'm so happy after he came home and tried to act so profound from something that
Mhm.
almost repeated word from word from the partner that he was talking to. But she said, because we've had problems and it's been rough, and this is just a sign, or whatever she said. Don't hold me to the exact words.
Mhm.
I wasn't, basically praying in vain, and I still think that she is.
And
Marcel
then
is acting for this show. Marcel,
Marcel, he's acting different this time.
well, the only reason why I think he's acting different is because of the public backlash. You don't have thousands of people saying the same thing if people are not saying the same thing. And
Right.
this week, people have said this man is a gaslighter. This man is a master manipulator. They just said that about the scene last night. And look how she just looking up him and believed everything right away. Marcel
Mhm.
never changed because those are his beliefs to his core. The man runs the house and the wife does what the man says. That's how it's been, and that's how it is. Again, that Expo meeting was very telling because I don't see Tisha standing up in any boardroom running no multi-million dollar company. And secondly, about the multi-million dollar company, if y'all got it like that, paying a fee for somebody to speak is nothing. Marcel,
Exactly.
Marcel
I think Mel makes
17 million. So
I
y'all,
think Mel makes Tisha nervous. She don't know how to handle herself when she gotta,
She's
speak around
intimidated by her.
male.
yeah,
Huh?
intimidation for
She's
sure.
intimidated by her.
Hmm.
Right.
Hmm.
And then I don't know if it's on this thing that's coming up this coming up Saturday or what, but Kimmy did make a statement and she was talking to Tisha and she said, you can't expect people to speak for free, especially when people are on different levels. And then
Yeah,
Tisha gonna say, we all on different levels.
she
What?
did. Not on the
Well,
level.
she didn't lie. They all are on different levels.
Yeah,
For
Okay.
sure.
yeah.
I saw what you were saying. You're right. Yeah.
And then did you all catch that the meeting that they had, why was it not held at Scope?
Exactly.
Where was your conference room? Why did you
Exactly.
have to rent a conference room to have a meeting with the group?
Thank you. Multi-millionaires now. The man sat there with Stormy's husband and said he made 17 million, and we won't,
Mm-hmm.
because if you made 17 million, you're not moving out of a house to remodel that house into an apartment. You're not.
Right, but
Mm-hmm.
you have businesses and nobody could say, well, you know what, come use my boardroom for the meeting.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. Now I'm confused because when he met with the partner, it seemed like the same background of what they showed Scope to be before, like with
It
the
sort of did.
yeah. But like you said, somebody said it's in the same little strip mall plaza. So that's
Mm-hmm.
a big building at all.
What
And
is
it couldn't be that big if you had to give away your wife's office. So
That's all
what's
I'm saying.
what's in the same strip area?
Scope.
that's right. Red Ann is still up here.
Yeah.
Someone was saying that on one end there's black and on the other end is Scope. Is that true?
Remember, he had bought the whole plaza in
Second,
the. I think it was the first or the second season. He
wait
was
a
like, "Oh,
minute, wait a minute, little dog. Red Ann lives there. So I just wanted to ask her, Red Ann, is that
Yes.
true?
No, it doesn't have a scope sign up there.
Okay.
Mm-mm.
All right. Go ahead, LaDon.
oh no," I was saying, maybe it isn't the same because I remember him talking about buying the whole plaza. I
Yeah,
don't
the
know if they
whole
did.
yeah, the whole plaza is being renovated. I don't know why they're making it seem like Uptown is different from Black. I mean, it's literally all one big long,
Mhm.
strip, a little small strip where it used to be like an old consignment store that used to be there or something like that. But then, they bought it and renovated it and, kind of making it bigger and better. But I think the one particular um, video that she had on one of her pages where she had a hard hat on, that's actually on the end.
Okay.
Hmm.
That's where they're going to put Scott Realty.
I'm assuming that's, I haven't seen much of anything going on over there.
Okay. Okay. Yeah,
Did
so
anyone catch Mel's live today?
I did not.
I did not.
That was good as well. She had some negative people in her on her that went on her live. She just deleted them and blocked them or whatever. But she did have this lady up there and she was talking to her. I don't know if she was a pastor or what she was, but she was telling Melody how proud she was of, this season, the show so far. She told Melody how God has made her enemies her footstool.
Mm.
And she just spoke some high. I think everybody in the chat was probably shouting and crying. That lady, woo, she was on the roll up there today. It was really good.
Wow. I hope I'm sure I'll be able to see it on somebody's channel on YouTube. I'm hoping so. I actually saw, maybe it was ending right before I went live. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. But that's a blessing. You know what I mean? And that's why I feel
Hmm.
like she's able to continue to move forward in life the way that she has, because the support for her outweighs the negativity. You know what I mean?
Hmm. And
Um,
then when Tisha and Marcel was in their confessional, she just had to bring Mel up. Well, the word on the curve is Mel got a new boo. And on social media, Mel got her a new boo. And then Marcel, well, that explains what he say, the tension or something.
yeah, I guess he meant in regards to Martell.
Yeah,
Um,
because she was up there talking about where you going? You got a date after you leave here? Mel said, huh?
Yeah,
You
he
got a
was.
date after you?
Martell was just mad.
Yeah, I like
Yeah.
when Tisha said that though, because Martell needs to hear it. Martell knows, he knows firsthand.
Hmm.
Mel will not only have a boo for long, she will have a good husband. Um,
Mm-hmm.
most women that's went through something like that are blessed with, you know what I'm saying, a good man. And this is
Mm-hmm.
what shows style and spirit just said. She says she can't stand it when people dwell on a wife trying to work out her marital issues. She exhausted all tries and then she left. That
Amen.
and it is fine.
Amen.
Hmm.
Left with
Mm-hmm. I
she
miss
left with
seeing the babies
kids.
up there, but
It's
I
fine.
don't understand. I don't understand why Martell can make throw something out there and he's granted.
Yeah.
I mean, there was nothing wrong with those kids being on that show. It wasn't like we saw them every episode, but we saw them, sometimes. What's the problem with that?
Well, this is the question that I have with and if that is what she has to do is, the kids no longer be on social media. Um there's nothing stopping us from reposting a picture.
Exactly. And that's why I made sure to post a
Hmm.
picture that the daddy posted the other day. So you still got them on your page.
Right.
You know
Right.
what I mean?
Right.
It's
And
sad. It's nothing stopping us and it's nothing stopping her family. So that's why we've seen her brother Marcus upload videos when the girls were dancing. Sugar Mama and Boss Baby had a dance off. We saw
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
upload from their recent trip. And, nothing Martell does will stop anything. You know what I mean? It's like you would think at some point he would just, I'm not saying throw in the towel, just be a good dad. And
Mm-hmm.
that's it. He would make his life easier.
So I know he's going to appear on Real Housewives of Atlanta, but did he get fired?
From where?
Real Housewives of
He
Atlanta.
wasn't getting paid from them.
Yeah, I was going to say it's not like he was hired.
Right. I get that part, but they said, they done got rid of him.
I think. Well, I
But
think
they
it was
already had recorded him and
Right.
right.
Sheree. That
For it.
part's gonna play, but other than that, that's it.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't be shocked. That's a different
I
breed.
mean,
That's a different breed of women, and they're not going to let Martell. I'm just going to say this. I feel like Martell had every right to go in like he did when it comes to Kenya Moore, because Kenya is doing too much. Kenya has talked about Martell on Entertainment Tonight, The Talk, this, that. You would think that she was the one that was in a relationship with Martell.
but you know
So,
what, Chit Chat?
uh-huh.
You said that you don't blame Martell for going in on Kenya.
I'm not saying as far as being aggressive, but as far as
Hmm.
him checking her, if and Gloria, I need you to mute if you got a little echo. If what he's saying is true and what's been out in the streets, that he just let it be known. The DM wasn't what you're trying to make it to be. I see nothing wrong with that.
But you see how the tables are turned.
As far as what?
He, as far as him not liking what Kenya is insinuating about him,
Uh-huh.
he doesn't like what she's saying. He's trying to. He's basically angry because of how Kenya is painting this narrative. Aren't you doing this? Weren't you doing the same thing with Mel?
Oh, he's painted a lot of
You see
narratives.
what I mean? So now that the tables are turned, you don't like it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can see that as well.
Yeah.
But just the messiness of Kenya Moore, and she's been getting it in the social media world, in the comment section. A lot of people
Mm-hmm.
said she didn't even give her own husband this energy, and we know Kenya. Kenya is reality TV gold. She's gonna give you your money's worth. But I do think when it comes to this, I said it in the video the other day. I think Martell was trying to holler in a roundabout way. He didn't come
Mm-hmm.
out and say it exactly, but he was testing the waters. And
Right.
I think that Kenya being Kenya and loving the attention, if it was a big problem, Kenya probably would have been said this. And now it is her storyline, like he said. So I can't wait to see it play out on both parts. She even brought up everything that he's done to Mel. And I'm glad that it's on a larger platform than Love and Marriage Huntsville, that the Real Housewives
Mm-hmm.
can now see what this
Mm-hmm.
did to his ex-wife. So yeah.
Yeah, correct. And the thing is, and the reason that I say Martell is always going to struggle until he gets to a point where he understands and knows the power of God and
Mm-hmm.
what God is capable of doing in your life, until he stops making a mockery of what God has done for Melody. He was with the Fletchers and they were asking him about, Sheree, and he was like, oh, when God said go, he thought that was a laughing, he was making a joke of it. But, until you truly understand that God can move mountains for you, he can
Right.
open up doors that never should have been opened for you. Until you get to a place where you truly understand and be a humble servant to him, you are not going to be blessed with the desires of your heart ever.
That's true. That's so true. And his boss, Carlos, said the same thing, especially after the alleged incident that happened between Martell and Coleslaw, allegedly. Carlos said the same thing in that post, where everybody thought he was basically reprimanding Martell or trying to send him a clear message. But yeah, that's for everybody, everything. Without God, there is nothing. Just my
Mm-mm.
Pretty
Right.
Brown Eyes, thank you so much for the super chat. Yes, yes, yes. You are welcome anytime. I'm glad you got that phone updated so I can hear your views as well. So, guys, we are going to swing up to the top. My dinner date is canceled. Since we've been talking on this live, I went ahead and put my marinated sirloin steaks in the oven. So yeah, I was gonna go pig out and spend somebody's money, the husband's, but I'm stuck now.
Mhm.
Anonymous, we are going to do a final thoughts. We're gonna end with Gloria, and I'm missing my sis Renata tonight. Hopefully Renata is okay. But Anonymous, are you there? Are you asleep?
I'm here. I was taking my nap. I'm sorry, guys. I had a migraine. That's why it's been kind of tough.
Okay, let me
Oh,
say before you start.
Feel
I
better.
I appreciate you so much, Anonymous.
definitely will pray for
Thank
you.
you. Thank you for holding it down out in these YouTube streets. Thank you for your expertise. I will be going over at some point today or tomorrow and viewing the live, but there has been several people in the comment section tonight that is saying that you held it down. So I'm
Yeah,
sure,
I had to hold it down for the millimeters and just anybody that wants civility and just decency.
yeah, yeah.
That's the thing. Yeah, I think what I like about your panel chit chat, I know I was the first one to come in when you decided to go live, is that you're fair to everyone.
Yeah.
You care about people, and really that's what we want. No, I know I rag on hotel, green rash and fungus, whatever, but I want him to be a better man for his children.
Hmm.
I do. I, whoever is guiding him as his friends are not looking. He's not well right now, and you can tell they don't really care for him. They're trying to exploit him,
Yeah.
and for people to be exploited, it's never a good look because after the 10, 15 minutes of fame is up, what do you have left? Who's going to be there?
That's true.
So you got to be careful who the people you hang
Uh-oh.
around with.
You there or not?
Yeah, you hear me? You hear me?
Okay, I can hear you. Oh, my bars are low. I hope you guys can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you. I was just saying you got
Yes,
to
we
be
can.
careful who you hang around with because everybody is not looking to have your best interest at heart. They might try to exploit you just to get money and just discard you, and then you're nothing.
That's
So
true.
those are
That's
my thoughts on that.
and those are words of wisdom. And
Mm-hmm.
to me, unfortunately, Martell is not bright enough, my opinion only, to recognize that. Yeah, I can see that, and I can think of one person in particular that you may be speaking of, and I could see that as well. Uh, Martell got a lot of bad advice, and it's a shame that, like I said, he wasn't able to recognize it. And had he been able to, he's at fault for everything that happened to him. So let me not put it out there like that, but had he listened to the pastors when they went to church to talk about this, had he listened to the therapists when they tried to do marriage counseling and all of that, he wouldn't be where he is today. And yeah, great point, Anonymous. Again, thank you so much. Get you some rest,
Yeah, I'm
rest.
gonna drop down. Love all of you, beautiful young ladies and old ladies or seasoned ladies.
Love you.
Love you
Ciao,
too. Feel
Love
Anonymous.
better.
you too. Get
Love
better.
you too. Have a good night. All right, next up, LaDawn.
Hey, ladies. Good panel tonight. A lot of good stuff.
Thank you.
Um, what I'm hoping for, I'm gonna finish out the season. Mel asked us to continue to watch. So I will be continuing to watch. I'm not expecting no big changes. I'm expecting a lot of phoniness. Um, and as far as Montel, I think he he definitely is not gonna get the help that he really needs with the people he have around him. They're not feeding good stuff into him at all. I
Yeah.
don't think he really have any real friends. The real ones, he don't really want to listen to.
Mm-hmm.
And I also think that he, he like a lot of people like to blame somebody else for his doing. it's like you had all the things in place that some people wish they had: a supportive wife that had a way, money, connections, whatever. You had things that people don't have to get set up in life,
Right.
and you took it and you spit in the face of it, like you took it for granted. You know what I mean? And now the pick me's with the poor Martell crap, um it saddens me to see that the world is really split like that. That there are people that really want to blame the woman for the man creating this whole situation by his infidelity and selfishness. So I'm hoping for Mel that she gets to a point where at least they say, listen, he got his visitation, she got the kids, he got to call the court phone to talk to his kids.
Allegedly.
I'm saying I hope this is what happens in the
Oh,
future.
okay. Oh, okay.
This is what I hope will be at the end, so that they can just be done with each other and just keep it simple, just keep it simple, because of the things that he's attacking her over ain't worth her not having custody of her kids. It don't warrant that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
No matter what filthy stuff he say, it don't warrant a mother not having custody of her kids. You're just slandering her. And
Right.
at this point, you know what I mean? Even with the brother, him saying on the interview, he don't want her brother, allegedly in my opinion, but it was on the interview, watching the kids in case something happens. Like for him to even make that statement, like every gay man will molest a child. I mean, Emma child. That's
Yeah.
not right to say just because of, you know what I mean? So I just really think he's a very sick individual. But what I don't want to continue to happen is the hate that's spewing on YouTube, and people saying, people calling judges, stuff like that, and saying that the millimeters are doing it. I don't want that to happen and continue. I don't want people to do it just to
No,
say.
I hope they aren't, because again, we don't want
Right. I
that
don't
to
want that for everybody. I just want people
sway,
to.
we don't want that to sway any type of judgment, because the case is not over. It's not over.
And we
So
shouldn't be doing stuff like that. That's just shouldn't be done.
yeah,
Like,
I agree.
stop it making it worse. It should not be done. Let's not make the situation worse. As individuals, do our part by
Right.
keeping it clean. And like we did tonight on the piano, it wasn't no screaming, bashing, and yelling. We're just, and some of us didn't agree with every point, but we respected each other. And that's how we got to continue doing.
Yeah. Great, great point, LaDon. And you are so right. Everybody has a right to their own opinion, is how you stated. So I
Hmm.
respect everybody's opinion, even if it may differ than mine. And you're right. It should be clean, because it can get gutter. And I've said
Mm.
before, I was leery, and it's been what, about 9 months now when I started my channel, just from being on YouTube in different sectors and seeing how things can go. And when you start going down that path of doxing or putting this out and putting that out, it's never ending. And
Mhm.
most times those people lose their channels. If not, they're just stuck at that. You know what I'm saying? And it's not worth it. When I see Mel operating in peace, I'm gonna come out here, I'm gonna do my commentary, I'm gonna do it the way I do it. And you guys
Mhm.
know I may cuss, I may whatever the case may be, but
Mhm.
I'm not gonna take it low. I don't want to
Right.
see any harm come to anybody that's on this show.
Mhm.
That's no matter if I just call Stormy ghetto, I don't want to see no
Mhm.
harm come to Stormy.
Mhm.
How I feel about Martell, believe me, he's like scum to me. I
Mhm.
harm come his way. So you're
Mhm.
right. It should be as clean as possible. And hopefully, the male supporters can get back to that, because it's not her fault. And people have been trying to blame her even for this. Mel needs to come out and release a statement and tell her fans not to say this and not to say that. And she shouldn't, because she cannot stop grown people from saying and doing what they do. But if you out here fighting in her honor, understand how she operates.
Right.
So
Right.
that's how it should be. So
Right.
great point, LaDon. Thank you so much for joining me tonight. I hope
Thank you, ladies. Good night.
good night.
Good
Shirley
night.
Ann, thank you so much for the super chat. You said great live and panel. Anonymous is awesome. Yes, she is. Thank you again. Bless Queen Bee. Are you there? Bless Queen Bee. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes.
Bless Queen Bee, are you there? All right, going once. Bless Queen Bee. Going twice. Bless Queen Bee. All right, good night. Bless Queen Bee. Maybe she fell asleep like Anonymous. Go ahead, Red Ann, with your final thoughts.
I would just like to say that we are living in a world where it's not promised tomorrow, and we need to love each other
Mhm.
because we don't know who we're entertaining. We don't know what the next person's life is, what they're going through. But what I will say is that we have to have enough love for the next person to let them know right is right and wrong is wrong,
Mhm.
and treat people as you would like to be treated.
Great point.
I do not know a lot of people, I've never met anyone on this panel, but I am a firm believer in being a supportive sister in any way, shape, or form that I can. And we need to stop tearing each other down as a people
Yeah.
because we sometimes are our worst enemy. Um, the other groups will support each other, will go to bat for each other. But us, we don't want that next person to get in front of us or get ahead of us
Mhm.
because we feel like, oh, well, I should be in front of them, or why am I not on that same level as that person? It may not be God's plan for you to be there yet.
Right.
What God has for you is for you.
That's right.
You just have to get to a point of maybe God may be working on something else for you. Maybe you're trying to go right and he wants you to go left.
Mm-hmm.
So stop comparing yourself to your neighbor. Stop wanting to be your neighbor. Melody is Melody because that's who God created her to be. Tisha is Tisha because that's who God created her to be. That's why her name is Tisha. That's why
Right.
Melody's name is Melody. So the sooner that they realize that and truly put God as the head of their life and not make it a hashtag for them, then God can show them how he works and how he moves. Because like I said, doors were open that never should have been open. He will give you the strength to climb that mountain that you didn't think you had the strength to climb.
Hmm.
So Mel is in a place where God has put that armor around her. He has already shown her his works, his protection. So no matter what they try to do, it's not going to work.
Mm-hmm.
It is not going to work. And you keep poking, God is going to put you in a place where you're not ever going to be able to get out of.
That's right.
You guys have a blessed night.
You as
Right.
well, Red, and thank you
Be
so much
safe.
for those powerful last words. I really appreciate it. And you know, I totally agree.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not one to ever doubt anything when it's
Mm.
said as far as God being involved.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
So, yes, thank you so much. And
Absolutely.
you have a great night as
Good night.
well.
Good
Hope
night,
to see you
ladies. Good
next
night,
Good
live.
everybody.
night.
Good night.
Good night.
Hannah Grace.
Hello again. Let me tell you, all everybody had great commentary,
Mhm.
chit chat. The problem that I had with that panel today is that, well, some of the people that were talking on there were saying that hurt people hurt people.
There
They
you
were
go.
saying
Mm-hmm.
that Melody is bitter and
Mhm.
that she's doing what she's doing to hurt Martell or to get back at Martell. I think that's a false narrative. And one of the things that they were using is that they said that she was trying to keep her kids away from Martell. They said even she kept him away from his kids for 30 days only because he put that narrative out there. But it wasn't Melody, it was a judge who made a judgment that they had to keep him away from the kids to do an investigation, up in my opinion. So
Mhm.
people use information that's not true to make her look bad. And I have a problem with that because Melody is I don't think she watch a whole lot of these commentaries, but she might. And then they're making her look one way, making Martell look another way, like he's the greatest dad since sliced bread. I disagree with that. But um, my only problem is that people are saying bad things about this woman when I know it has to hurt her because again, she is the one that has to be without her kids 7 days, and it's not because of anything that she did. Martell is the cause of this whole thing, in my opinion.
Mhm.
So I just, I think we as Black people, again, I heard somebody said that we're like crabs in a bucket, or we're our worst enemies and everything like that. I agree with that to a certain extent, but there are a lot of great people with great hearts and great intentions. But then the other few people make the whole thing look bad a lot of times. So we just have to be careful what we say and the information that we put out.
Yeah.
And a lot of times, like we're doing commentary, we say allegedly and all of that, but just when we base our information on false facts, then I could see, yeah, you coming to a conclusion like that. But people, they just and you're like, where are these people getting all this stuff from? And I know I'll be on the YouTube streets on a lot, and some of this stuff I don't hear. But anyway, but
Yeah.
again, it's again great commentary. I enjoy it tonight, and I'll keep watching. And we all just can at some point.
Yeah.
I just really want to turn my bad narrative about Martell around, but he won't let me. He just he just doing crazy stuff. So maybe at one point we can get to that too. I'm open for it all. So,
He won't let us, Hannah. And
okay,
we've
all right.
had some debates about that. So you are not alone. It's a lot of us that want to see this man change things around. When it comes to people, I don't want people that to think that everybody that support male are just fanatics, male crazy, male this, male can do no wrong or whatever. It's not that. We support her based on what we know that she has gone through and what she's currently still going through. When it comes to Mel, she wanted the best as far as co-parenting. Martell didn't want that. Martell wants more. When she took him to Destin, that was an olive branch to give to him. Look, what we had is over. Let's be able to do this. Let's be able to come together and have vacations and let our kids see us getting along and all of that. We know a week after that, Martell was acting a complete fool. Um, Not only is it true for me, when some women will settle for a piece of a man A lot of women will settle for a piece of a dad. And Martell has put this narrative out here that he's this excellent father. A lot of women that don't have their baby daddies or ex-husbands or whoever else in their lives as fathers, they look at that as admirable. He should want to be in this. He doesn't get an award for being a dad. You laid down and had those kids. That's what you supposed to do. So, Mel has, thank God, because she didn't in the beginning. She has more support than those that's speaking all that nonsense. And that's just what it is. And I get it that a lot of people may get upset. I'm gonna watch the live when I get off tonight, but a lot of people may get upset because they see these crabs in the barrel, because that's what they are, trying to come against this lady that does not want anything more than to just go on with her life, to build a legacy for her kids. How could you see fault in that? How?
There's no way. It's something wrong if you do.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy to me. So I haven't seen it. A lot of people said that the a person that ended the live, and I enjoy Sherelle's is it Sherelle? Sherelle's World.
Mm-hmm.
I enjoy her channel, but it comes with the territory. It's a lot of that mess that goes on, not only on YouTube, on Facebook, and all of that. And if I were male, I would take the Beyonce route. I'm not entertaining none of that. I'm not watching it. I could care less what they saying. I'm going to continue to do what I'm doing, and that's just it. So it's sad, Hannah. It really is. But sometimes you just gotta shake them off and keep on moving.
And keep on moving. Let me say one last thing, Cutie. And the problem that I have with people continuing to give Martell this Father of the Year, Best Father Award, is that he's not going to change. You got to, in my opinion, you have to let him know, look, you're wrong. His mom keep on telling him he's a good man and all this stuff. He's not able to see it because people will not hold him accountable for what he has done to not only to his wife, to his whole family and his children too. So this to me is a problem with them telling him he is a good father. I'm sorry. I don't see it. But that's all I wanted to say. And I'm still going to be listening. And I look forward to talking with you all real soon. Everybody have a great night.
Hannah, you have a good night as well. Thank you for hitting the link and coming up. I was looking for you. So I'm glad. I'm glad that you came up, Hannah. Thank you so much.
Well, you had a full chat tonight, and everybody had to wanted to share, and so did I. So I kept on clicking the link, and finally got it. But thank you, Chit Chat. We'll chit chat soon.
Okay, and your yard looks amazing.
Thank you. I got more to come. All right.
Listen, I'm in the desert. But my rose bushes are doing well. And maybe I'll post a picture, but I have a lot of plants. So I have a green thumb inside my house. But I wish I was somewhere with trees and grass and all that good stuff.
I know it. I want to see it. Okay, we'll chit chat. All right. Good night, everyone.
Good night. Thank you, Hannah, for sharing. Gloria Strickland, take us on home.
Yes, ma'am. Mine is going to be very brief. To you, I would like to say thank you. I love you so much. Thank you for sharing your panel with us to meet different people. We get to rally around each other and show love and support. And that's all because of you. And I pray that God continues to bless you. As far as Mel goes and her kids, they're going to be just fine. All the negativity, I really think she's just took a deaf ear to it, because you can't satisfy everybody in the world, and it is what it is. People get divorces every day. That's all I had to say. I hope you have a good night.
Oh, Gloria.
And I will catch you in members only.
I will catch you Thursday. Thank you so much for that. We will have our trivia game. And yes, you just dropped some gems. You know what I mean? So I pray the same thing, that she's not even entertaining. Sometimes you can take stuff in and then it affects you. If you just leave it where it is and don't even look at it, you know what I mean? It's better off. But thank you for that. I appreciate it. Hope you have a good night.
You as well. See you later.
Thank you.
Good night.
And to my chat, you guys know I like to say goodbye to as many people as I can. I try to read a couple comments on the way out. To the 1,000+ that joined me tonight, thank you guys so much. To the panel, I hope I wrote everybody down. If I missed somebody, my apologies. But we had Anonymous, Maritha, LaDon, Simply Beautiful, Melanated, I believe it was Energy, I hope, Red and Bad Apple, Pretty Brown Eyes, Blessed Queen B. Who else did we have? I'm sorry, guys. That's all I wrote down. Thank you to the panel. This is what I love. Everybody will always have different opinions, but as long as we can be respectful, it's a great, great thing. Thank you to the chat. To the chat, I think this may be a chat that I may be able to show. I've had to turn off my live chats recently, but you guys were good tonight. So I thank you to the people that gave me super chats and cash apps tonight. Thank you guys so very much. We had great, great topics of discussion. The spa. We didn't get into much with Martell and the guys. I'll be dropping a video. I'll be going live again in a couple days. We didn't get into Marceau and the partner. We did not get into Marceau and Tisha at home. Marceau is trying to act like he had a bulb, a light bulb that went off all of a sudden after 17 years of being married, and your wife been begging you for her independence, taking us all the way back to the 1940s, child. Women's rights have been going on forever. So I'm hoping that it is not a storyline. We shall see. But I want to thank you guys for participating in the chat. It's so many of you guys that I just want to start a whole new live just from your comments. You guys were on the money. Pretty Pink Diva was on my live. Pretty Brown Eyes was on my live. Who else? All right, I hope I got everybody. But we had topics about dialect and accents and speech therapy and all of the above. And not to clown Tisha, I do believe she got it from her mama. And it's my hope that, because I'm sure it is embarrassing. It's my hope that she does whatever she can do to break that so it's not affecting her kids and they in turn talk like that going forward. I don't think naturally that is anything that Tisha is doing purposely. And she got her point across regardless. We know she meant expo when she said espo. And we know she meant, what was the other word, guys? ESSACUTE. And we know she meant execute. So yeah, good luck to Tisha on that. Great, great live tonight, guys. I cannot believe we have been on this live for 4 hours. 4, not 4. 4. And I'm tired. But to my cutie crew representing tonight, we have Robin Davis, Cheryl Canada, Mary Kelly just became a member. We had Tawana, Pink Diva, Hannah Grace. I thank you guys for becoming members. I do believe I hit the 100 member mark just this past week. Thank you guys so much. I plan. When I talk about my cutie crew, I just say we. But I do plan on doing a little bit more than the once a week lives. Still trying to get the feel, but I really love that. That's my personal time with my cutie crew. I love it. And if you are a member, make sure that you try to join us on Thursdays. All right, I'm going to scroll up. Thank you to the content creators that was in the house. We had Show Style and Spirit. We had Sherry G. We had Anthony Lofties. And anybody else that is a content creator, if you can put it in the comments of the video, not in this comment section, but if you are, hey, Faith, Cutie Crew member, yeah, can you go? Look, it's going to be some action for sure. But yeah, if you are a content creator, make sure to drop it in the comment section of the video once it uploads completely. That way we know you are a YouTube content creator. To everyone else, just like I believe it was LaDawn that said it. LaDawn was on the panel as well. I think I said your name. Just try to keep it light. Just try to keep it clean. Let's try to move in a way that we see our girl moving. I think in a roundabout way, she's saying that this season was lighter, more peaceful for her. And I think that her true supporters, should operate like that as well. Hey, Color Me Entertained. Not sure if you're still in here. All right, guys, I'm going to say some goodbyes on my way out. Thank you, Candy. Courtney Clark, my Cutie Crew member. Thank you, Courtney. PK Joe. D. Herford. You dropped some gems tonight as well. And I thank you for that. Great live tonight, guys. Patricia T, Simone, Erica, Pretty Accountant, Robin Davis, Paulette, B-List, Sunny, Show Styles and Spirit again, Gemini, Candy, Nikki Nicole, Valerie B, Robin Bryce, Jen S. To anybody that are new subscribers, thank you again. I appreciate it. Queen's Tea with Gigi was holding it down in this chat tonight. Yes, feel better, Anonymous. Hope that migraine leaves quickly. Valerie Dunlap, Cricket, Cutie Crew member. Thanks, Cricket. All right. She was a good girlfriend and wife, it looks like. Helped him out in college. Helped pay for college. Thank you, Doreen. I try. I get that everyone is passionate, but there is converse with each other. All right, Victoria, thank you so much for that. Thank you. Yep, Paulette. That's it, that's all. That he does, Rhonda. If anybody seen Renata, sis, if you catch this on the replay, missing you, hope everything is well with you. Shirley Ann, thank you so much for chatting tonight. Sunny James, good night. Renata D1, good night. Trisha Berry, Donna D, Catherine. Kenya will do it. Barbara Reed, good night. Deboria, good night. Thank you, Mary. Appreciate it. Candace, good night. Neva, I didn't even see Neva. Hey, Neva, if you're still listening. Mary White started the live with me, and Mary held it down to the end. All right, Paulette Scott. August 7th. It did. Great point. Because it seems like after that trip is when he let loose. Great point. I think there was also some shutting him down, because we know Martell will take every opportunity to try to get Mel back. We didn't see it on the show, but his patterns showed me that may have happened. Hannah Grace, good night. Thanks again for joining me. Vibrant Thing, good night. Doreen, good night. Thank you, Cricket. Thank you. Good night, Victoria. Good night, Anita. Thank you. Yes, Robin. Karma Girl, good night. Trisha Berry, good night. Angela Jean. Sonia Martin, Desi Gilmore, Beverly Childs. Hey, Beverly. I think that's the first time I saw you in here. All right. PDS, thank you. Yeah, I would hope, PDS. I don't think so either. I think Mr. Mansad put that stuff out there. Because from what I can see, they were trying to make that into his favor. So yeah. You guys know they will blame it on a millimeter in a minute. A lot of people been saying that, Karen. I don't know. Look like it's some little tension there. Yeah, Yvette, hopefully they will get that together. A lot of people missed the episode. And that sucks. That was a big episode. The 100th episode. Yes, Neva, me too. Everyone, we're going to end it with Neva's comment. She hopes everyone has a blessed rest of the night, and so do I. 4 hours and 5 minutes and counting. Let me go check these steak, guys. I hope I ain't overcooked them. But thanks again, guys. It was worth me missing dinner. Great live. And I shall chat with you guys soon. Bye.